list 25 such witness statements from the Scottish Government and these two key individuals, and you took these materials into account in the preparation of your report.
I did.
And I think it's also fair to say that as one goes through your report, one can see that you had regard to certain other materials. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those materials included materials relating to key strategies within the Scottish Government's decision-making process. Is that right? And that included things like the 4 harms framework from April 2020.
Yes.
It also included other things like the statement of the route map from May 2020.
Yes.
And it included another key document that we have referred to already in the inquiry, which was the levels system, broadly speaking, which was set out in October 2020.
Yes.
And I understand from your report that you also had regard to places where people have provided commentaries on those key documents.
Yes.
Which you also drew on to try to understand the Scottish Government's strategy during the pandemic.
Yes.
And you discovered, I think, when preparing your report, in connection with these areas and on the basis of these materials, that there were in existence a broad range of other reports or literature connected to a number of aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Scotland.
Yes.
These came from a number of different areas, including, for example, epidemiology, care, vaccination strategy, and the like.
Yes.
And you, as I understand it, looked at these reports in order to inform yourself as to what other commentators in their specialist areas had identified as potential issues with the way in which the pandemic had been handled in Scotland.
Yes, I was very academic about it.
Right, and you make frequent reference to these, and in academic fashion, you reference all of these as you go through.
I do.
And they include, for example, the wide range of reports commissioned by the Uncover Group for the Scottish Inquiry.
Yes.
Setting out a number of proposed issues and questions for that inquiry to examine.
Yes.
Some of those reports relate to questions that are relevant to this module.
Yes.
In particular, reports relating to preparedness and Scottish Government decision-making.
Indeed.
And when you had analysed these reports and other sources, you developed a knowledge about issues which may exist and then addressed within your own specialist expertise yourself to the question as to whether political decision-making or structures may have played a part in these perceived issues with the pandemic.
Yes.
Could we go to page 122, please? This is Annex 1 to your report, where you list from page 122, going on for, I think, 17 pages, of reports, papers, articles and books which you have considered as part of this instruction. Is that right?
Yes.
Are the materials listed here the basis upon which you completed your report, along with the documents I've already mentioned that you're provided with by the inquiry?
They are.
Are there any other important sources of information which you have used which are not listed in the report?
Only indirectly. Some of the sources I use as a proxy for a wide range of other sources. So, I mean, for example, you'll see quite some self-citation, and that is an efficient way to refer to a whole other body of other sources that I didn't get into in detail.
I see. So you're referring to publications that you have authored yourself,
yes,
but within them are included a lot of other sources that you looked at for that purpose,
yes,
which you are effectively telling us you may have taken into account for the purpose of this report as well.
Yes.
Thank you. You have not had access to the Scottish Government's cabinet papers, have you?
No.
And you have not had access to its internal documents relating to decision-making processes, have you?
No.
But you explained to us earlier, I think, that you had access to a number of key strategic documents which you have taken into account.
Yes.
Taking into account your areas of expertise, your own writings, the volume of material you've been provided to consider in the preparation of your report, and the type of material you have not had access to, do you consider that you have sufficient knowledge of the facts to provide your professional opinions on the matters you were asked to address by this inquiry?
I do.
Thank you very much. If I could then move on to some of the substance, as I say, I don't think we'll touch on every area that's covered in your extremely extensive report, Professor, but we'd like to focus on the ones that appear to us to be of most significance to the types of decisions that the Chair will ultimately have to face and make in this module. Am I correct in saying, Professor, that one of the areas in which you have expertise and have an interest is generally the area of government policy?
Yes.
And you define in your report, in the context of the pandemic, various policy problems which might be defined as the issue with which government is presented, to which it requires to come up with a broad strategy as to how to deal. Is that right?
Yes. I would say an issue is only a problem when a government pays attention to it and makes sense of it. So there's quite a technical definition of problem definition in this field. It is how they pay attention, how they interpret what's going on, and therefore what they think is feasible to do as a result.
Right. And as far as policy is concerned, as far as the area we are looking at, it really is predominantly to do with the strategy that was the overall strategy that was adopted by the Scottish Government in the pandemic. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And once one has developed a strategy, one has to work out a way as to how one implements that strategy.
Yes.
To deal with what you have defined as the policy problems.
Yeah. Yes.
And in order to implement the policy, the government requires to take decisions about matters on a more granular level.
Yes.
And it is normally thought to be good governance policy, is it not, Professor, that the policy, the strategy, will guide how those decisions are taken?
Yes.
And the systems in place aim broadly to try to maximise the quality of the decisions when faced with problems in order to meet the aim of the policy.
Yes.
Would that be fair?
Yes.
So in order to assess whether there is good governance, would it be fair to say that you need to assess broadly perhaps three things? First of all, do you need to assess the quality of the policy which aims to provide better lives for the people of Scotland?
Yes.
You need to assess the quality of the more granular decisions which seek to put that policy into practice.
Yes.
And you need to analyse and address the quality of the systems which lead to the making of the decisions.
Yes.
And I think, broadly speaking, if I've summarised it correctly, that's what you've sought to do in your report, analyse all of these areas.
Yes.
You've looked at the quality of the policies.
Yes.
You've looked at the quality of the systems.
I have.
And you've looked at the quality of the decisions.
Yes.
Perhaps not at a granular level, but broadly.
Yes.
And you've tried to do so in order to assist the inquiry with reaching its conclusions about whether any of these things played a role in affecting the outcome and quality of the decision making.
Yes.
And your expertise helps us in that process.
Good.
Well, that's a question more than a statement.
Yes, it should do.
You say a number of things in your report very helpfully. You set out a very long section dealing with what you've defined as topics 1 and 2, the background. And we've already had module 1, which has, as you know, because you draw on some of the evidence that was heard in that module, which has looked in detail at UK level preparedness, but has also looked at Scottish level preparedness. So I don't want to dwell too much, other than is necessary to inform the key elements, topic 3 and onwards in your report on that. However, we will come to that in due course as necessary. You tell us something in your report about at paragraph 1, if we could go to that. A number of bullet points, which I think summarise aspects, I think, of your assessment of Scottish Government decision-making culture, I think it would be fair to say. And you say in paragraph 1 that devolution promised new Scottish politics, but delivered a Westminster-style system. Now, if I could just also take you to paragraph 10, thank you very much. And in that paragraph, you talk about the Scottish Government using aspirational new politics language to describe its culture of decision-making. What are the characteristics of this story of a new Scottish policy style from the Scottish Government?
So, I won't dwell on this too much, but if I take you back to the 1990s, the push for Scottish devolution took place during a time of low faith in political institutions. So the language was very much that Scottish politics would be a very strong improvement on old Westminster politics, which was too adversarial, too centralised, too winner takes all and such like. So the Scottish Government built on this idea that the Scottish Parliament would be more important, the culture of politics would be more consensual, and the Scottish Government would operate in that context. And so it used to tell a story from 1999 that compared to the UK Government, it was more likely to consult with stakeholders and collaborate with a wide range of bodies, and it was less likely to try to subvert other forms of policy delivery, like traditional local government. It was more likely to put faith in public bodies such as local government, and more likely to put faith in the traditional public sector professionals to deliver policy.
Thank you, Professor. So just to set it in a broad context, the position before 1999, when devolution came into operation as a result of the Scotland Act 1998, was that there had been a certain amount of, I think, what used to be called administrative devolution to Scotland, and that a number of the areas that were subsequently devolved to the new Scottish Parliament after the 1998 Act had been administratively devolved within the Westminster Government to the Secretary of State for Scotland. Is that right?
Yeah, essentially the Scottish Government from 1999 inherited the responsibilities of the Scottish Office before then.
Yes, but the way that things had been dealt with up to that point led to, as you've already described, a certain degree of dissatisfaction with that arrangement. For some of the particular reasons that you've pointed out.
Yes, and they were always accentuated in Scotland. So, for example, people in Scotland, they have a very long memory in terms of the Thatcher government onwards, and if you see opposition to a Thatcher government in the UK, it has always been much more accentuated in devolved government, particularly in Scotland. And so a lot of the language was essentially to say we need a Scottish political system that would protect us from the worst excesses of UK government control and interference and such like.
Okay. And you set out in paragraph 10 there on the screen some of the key characteristics of this Scottish policy style, which was put forward as characterising the Scottish Government's approach to matters in the period after devolution.
Yes.
And you focus there in particular at paragraphs A and B on the style being characterised by more consultation and collaboration. You say that ministers and civil servants would meet routinely and frequently with stakeholders, including interest groups, professions and other public sector organisations, to help define policy problems and identify feasible solutions. It's the reference to the policy problems we discussed a moment ago.
Yes.
And you say at B that one of the other aspects of this was that there was more faith in public bodies and public sector professions to deliver policy, which you explain as meaning that ministers would place high trust in traditional ways to make and deliver policy, such as through collaboration with local government, and rely less on the top-down and remote performance management measures associated with the UK government.
Yes.
So there are a number of aspects here that were part of this style, which included greater commitment to collaboration, yes?
Yes.
With stakeholders in the first instance.
Yes.
But also by professionals and organisations that delivered government at a even further devolved level.
Yes.
And that there was a commitment not only to consultation with those types of groups and individuals and organisations, but to their genuine involvement in policy making.
Yes.
And as we've said, policy making would then underpin decision making if it's delivered correctly.
Yes.
I think it's. Is it correct to say that this policy style has continued in different guises, at least at an aspirational level, to be the aim of the Scottish Government since that time?
Yes, they changed the terminology a little bit. So Scottish policy style, I think, would be a phrase used by academics. Successive permanent secretaries to the Scottish Government have described a Scottish model or a Scottish approach.
And if we could go to paragraph 22, please. And we see in this paragraph that you've set out, I think, a number of principles, and the Scottish policy style, I think, over time has crystallised itself in these principles being the way in which the Scottish Government would purport to go about its business.
Yes, this is slightly tricky to explain, this one. The Parliament Committee was examining effective Scottish Government decision-making, in fact, not long ago, so it's good timing. And they provided a list of things that they associated with effective Scottish Government decision-making from their perspective and that of the government. And I turned that into 7 common principles that you would associate with being effective.
So these would be the sorts of things that the committee thought would be laudable principles and aims in trying to achieve good governance.
Yes.
And of course, every government is trying to achieve good governance, or at least that's what the people expect them to do.
Yes.
If I could just run through these include responsible and accountable government. And you mentioned there, it's mentioned there that there should be a direct link between the choices of elected governments and the citizens they serve.
Yes.
You mentioned the fact that it's important to have anticipatory or preventative policy making.
Yes.
Might that include the need to try to predict when things will happen that will require decisions to be taken in the interests of the people?
Yes, and also to deal with things that can't be dealt with immediately, such as long-term plans and outcomes. So that would come up with things like health inequalities.
Yes, indeed. We'll probably return to health inequalities at some point, Professor, but this would, just to understand the role of policy in this, what's being suggested by that principle is that it's important to have policies in place as a broad structure within which particular decisions might need to be taken in any given circumstance.
Yes, rather than dealing with crises when they happen.
Thank you. The third is power sharing and cooperation, and we've seen, as well as letter A, responsible and accountable government, we've seen power sharing and cooperation appear in the Scottish policy style definition you've already given, so those are repeated here, is that right?
Yes, but they use this, again, a technical term, co-production, which is quite a vague term, but it's supposed to give this idea that the government is not simply consulting with other people, it is producing something with them. And so that can either be producing policy-relevant knowledge or producing policy.
That was relevant to the point we discussed earlier, which was that it's not simply a matter of speaking to stakeholders, but actually involving them in the creation of policy.
Yes.
And the next is policy coherence and policy-making integration. Could you just explain to us briefly what that is?
So this is, I would describe this as just a very broad aspiration that if you produce a mix of policy should be coherent in that governments produce lots of different instruments. They tax and spend, they regulate, they provide information, they add resources. They should all come together to produce something that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And a problem with government in general is that they produce lots of different policies that don't match up. Mm-hmm. So policy coherence would be dealing with that problem.
Right, thank you. The others include evidence-informed policy making, fostering equity, fairness. It says or justice, but I assume it means and justice.
Well, these terms tend to be used interchangeably or differently. So, yes, all of those, but often people use them as an alternative to each other when they describe them.
Thank you. And the final one is delivering service as well, so the operational side of the delivery of the policy.
Yes.
And the broad proposition that you put forward, I think, at the top of paragraph 1, if we go back to that, please, the very first bullet point, was that devolution promised new Scottish politics but delivered a Westminster-style system. That's a conclusion which I think you have come to, or proposition you are making. Is it correct to say that your summary here, or your analysis here, leads us to think that although at the start of devolution and since there is an aspiration that all of these various important principles should form part of the way that decisions are made, that many of the problems associated with the previous system, the Westminster system, have started to manifest themselves in Scottish decision-making?
Yes. Could I expand on that?
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think there are two aspects to that. So one is culture and one is structure. So if you look at what we call the architects of devolution, what they actually produced, it was many of the same organisations and relationships that Westminster had. So, for example, there was not like a US-style division of powers between the executive and the legislature. You had the same expectation that the executive would be in the Parliament, would likely have very strong influence over the parliamentary arithmetic, would be expected to govern. And the main form of accountability would be ministers to their citizens through national elections. So the same sort of sense of high stakes politics that would produce competition between parties rather than a much more proportional system where they were expected to cooperate more routinely.
What were the sorts of things that had been contemplated as possibly forming a more powerful part of the Scottish system that might have gravitated against that outcome, structurally speaking? Yeah,
well, one of the principles of the Scottish Parliament was to be this idea of power sharing between Parliament and government. But I think that was never really fully defined, and essentially it was the same relationship that you associate with Westminster. The government produces most legislation, the Parliament scrutinises. So it's a very traditional Westminster approach, and I think that was always the plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you go on in your report to tell us at paragraph 31, if you could go there please, something about something called the National Performance Framework. Could just go to paragraph 31, please. And if we could just just have the page up on its own. Yeah, you're telling us here broadly at this passage about what you call the NPF, which is the National Performance Framework. Could you just tell us broadly what that is and how that fits into the way in which decisions are made in the Scottish Government?
Yes, so that really began in 2007, but it was supposed to be the manifestation of all these things we talked about more consultative, more coherent government. So the National Performance Framework had a single core purpose, and I couldn't tell you the exact wording, but it was sustainable economic growth. And then it had a series of other ancillary purposes associated with that, to do with health, education and such like. And the idea was that instead of individual ministers or departments being responsible for each part, all of the government and the public sector would be responsible for turning this vision into reality.
Right. And does the National Performance Framework continue to form to play that role? Has it continued since that time to play that role? Is it updated and adapted?
I think it does. I mean, it's not something that many people know about outside of government, but my impression is that if you're in the Scottish Government, you're very aware of it, and you're very aware of the need to pay reference to it.
I think it is referred to in some of the high-level strategic documents that you've looked at, Professor Cairney. Is that right? Including things like the Four Harms type documents, which informed the approach to the pandemic.
Yes.
So it seems that it did continue to play a role, as in guiding policy and then into decision-making within the Scottish Government.
Yes.
You say at paragraph 31 that the NPF does not feature strongly in civil contingencies or pandemic preparation. It represents Scottish Government agendas and aspirations, not a specific decision-making tool.
Yes.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
My impression is that civil servants are expected to know about the NPF. They're expected to use the language of the NPF when they produce other strategy documents in a general sense. It's key reference points that they all use. But it is not something that is detailed enough to inform detailed decision making. It's not a blueprint that tells you what to do. It's a set of principles that you would use to inform your work.
So your impression of government decision making is that the NPF has a laudable set of principles contained within it?
Yes.
But that when it comes to the application of those principles to actual on-the-ground real decisions, because it lacks a mechanism to transfer those principles into results,
yes,
that is perhaps a problem with the system?
Well, I would say it's a problem of any system in that a lot of the aspirations they have are in practice contradictory. So even the phrase that they used to use, sustainable economic development, there's a contradiction there in terms of the things they have to pursue. For some that would mean prioritise economic development, often at the expense of the environment. For some people, the word sustainable would suggest we need to change the way we pursue economic growth. But the NPF itself does not resolve those matters. It presents the phraseology to use.
Thank you. Another aspect, I think, of what you say at paragraph 31 is that the NPF is not something which features strongly in civil contingencies or pandemic preparation. Is that the impression you've gained from the materials you've looked at?
Yes. To me, when I looked at a lot of preparation documents, I don't remember seeing the NPF language. I think the closest thing you could get is the same sense of collectivism in the language of the documents, but they do not refer to each other in any meaningful way.
Because one might say that if the NPF is part of an attempt, a laudable attempt, I think we said, to try to define principles that will assist with good decision-making ultimately, that in situations of emergency, one might wish to have a means by which those principles can be operationalised quickly and effectively.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
One of the strategies that you looked at, and we've mentioned already, which is we've heard a lot about already in the first few days of hearings, which was actually implemented, which was put in place by the Scottish Government, was the Scottish Four Harms framework, which I know you've looked at.
Yes.
And just by way of reminder, this was a framework which was published originally in April 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that it set out a framework which required explicit comparison and balancing between 4 different areas where harm was perceived to be caused by the pandemic.
Yes.
And that those harms were the direct harm of COVID-19 itself, other health harm caused by the pandemic, societal harm, and economic harm.
Yes.
Is that right? And there are repeated references to the Four Harms framework in the witness statements of the Scottish Government. Is that not right?
Yes.
The ones that we provided you with from the directorates.
Indeed.
And could we go to paragraph 163, please? here, is it correct that you tell us that because of the high uncertainty about how to deal with the pandemic and the likely impact of various decisions, this meant that the four harms framework was, much like the national performance framework, an important reference point to general principles rather than a detailed guide to decision making during the pandemic?
Yes.
And you explain again, as you had with the national performance framework, I think, that the four harms was not itself a decision-making tool in the pandemic or specific decision-making tool. Is that right?
Yes. My impression is that it is mostly a statement of the problem. It's not a statement of the solution. So it essentially says there are four main harms that we need to take into account, and there will always be trade-offs between trying to reduce one harm in relation to the other. So the classic was a lockdown would reduce COVID-19 harm, but it would also have a knock-on effect for the other three. There would be less access to the NHS, there would be more social isolation, and there would be a problem of economic activity. So it was essentially a way to describe the four key harms that they wanted to pay attention to at any one time.
Does this mean that it's perhaps again a laudable statement of intent or approach, but it doesn't set out any means by which ultimate decisions should be made in a scientific or evidence-based way?
That's right. I think it's just a very general way of focusing the mind on the four key objectives.
And it would mean that, I think you say here, that they would require still a significant degree of judgment, perhaps subjective judgment, to be applied when it comes to actually making the decisions.
I would say profoundly so. I think there's no framework like this that could tell a minister when to lock down or not, who to favour, to favour economic growth or COVID-19 reduction in harm. It does not. It is. I don't think it was ever really designed to guide decision making that way, apart from just to give people the things that they remind them of the trade-offs, remind them of the principles that they signed up to.
So I think if I heard you correctly, your position was that it helped define the problem, but didn't help with the solution.
Yes.
Thank you. And you give some attention to this in your report very helpfully. I won't go through every aspect of it, but I think that you suggest that it was perhaps, on your assessment, not a strong feature of decisions as regards certainly the first lockdown, because it didn't exist at that time.
Yes.
But subsequent decision making, including, for example, the decision to have the second lockdown.
Yes, I think the only thing that stood out was one document said that. So I mean, in Scotland, everything is compared with the UK government, and the one document stated we used this framework more purposefully than the UK government. So what I took that to mean is all ministers, UK and devolved, are trying to make this judgment between reducing COVID-19 and dealing with social and economic harm. And I think their statement is they have a document and a way of working that makes that focuses the mind on that trade-off. And that doesn't mean that other governments are not engaged with the same trade-offs and decisions.
Okay, thank you. We've talked about a number of things which might be described as setting the scene or aspirational. Would that be right? And the characteristic of the various things we've looked at so far?
Yes.
And you've also drawn us to the first bullet point conclusion, paragraph 1, that there has been a characteristic of Scottish Government decision-making over years, that it aspires to be different from the Westminster system, but often fails in that aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your evidence that the decision-making structures within the Scottish Government, as far as you could glean relating to the pandemic in the paperwork with which you were provided, which emanated predominantly from the Scottish Government, shared some of the features that were criticised, I suppose, in the UK Government decision-making structures, such as it being centralised and top-down?
Yes, I hesitated there. I would say given the system they have, there's an almost inbuilt tendency towards top-down policymaking. It's a Scottish version, and it may be less top-down, more consensual, but the thing that I always had in mind is the comparison with the UK is often unhelpful, because to say that something is better does not make it good. And to say that it's less top-down does not make it not top-down. So I think the reference point is useful, but it can also distract us from what governments actually do.
One of the things you refer to from a structural perspective in your report very helpfully, and about which there's an enormous amount of very complex information, which I think I have to try to present in due course, is the directorate structure of the Scottish Government. Is this a structure which has come in, broadly speaking, since the governments have become SNP dominated, or either exclusively SNP led administration since 2007?
Yes, I should say the way the former Permanent Secretary at the time described this meeting of minds between the Scottish Government and the SNP government. They had the same idea about what to do. And the idea was you would have fewer ministers, and you would have a departmental system that became a directorate system that was designed to be much more joined up and relating to the NPF, and much less subject to the problems associated with Westminster, which were that departments were much more built based on sectors, and they existed in silos without talking to each other. So they both had this idea that they could have a coherent group of ministers and a coherent collection of directorates that could then talk to each other in a much more meaningful way.
So you said there, I think, that you described a meeting of minds between the Scottish Government and the SNP government.
Sorry. Okay, so I should say...
Did you mean the Scottish Civil Service, or did you mean this UK government being the first one?
Okay, so I should... there's taken for granted things. In my mind, the Scottish Government describes the organisation that contains ministers and civil servants. So then I was describing the Scottish Government as largely the civil servants. Mm-hmm. So that would be John Elvidge and colleagues.
Yes. And hence you were discussing the prominent civil servant having given some commentary on what had happened over that period, I think. Yes. You go into more detail about this in the report. And that there had been, I think, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, an impetus or a desire on the part of the new SNP administration to try to achieve this directorate structure broadly for the reasons you've outlined, that it was thought that it would work better than the rigid departmental structure which had been and is characteristic perhaps of the UK government and had been characteristic of the Scottish Government up till that point. Yes, and I think it needed that meeting of minds between ministers and civil servants, because it was a substantial reform, essentially abolishing what they called departments, introducing a far larger number of directorates. It required support from both sides. Mm-hmm. So there was, I suppose, the policy, if you like, was to try to introduce a new system, but there needed to be buy-in from those who would be part of that system, and that was the position at 2007. Yes. And the directorate system had these goals, and in particular, if you referred to the fact that it seeks to minimise rigidity and departments working in silos, is that correct? Yes. And one sees sometimes a phrase which we rather use in the inquiry as well, I'm afraid, is a degree of trying to minimise cross-cutting problems that would arise in different areas and try to work together to solve them. Is that right? Yes, and I would say almost every problem is cross-cutting in some way. So this is an approach that makes sense. And in your evidence at paragraph 89.2, if we could go to that. This is in the section where you are still talking about some of the Module 1 evidence and the background structures which existed to try to deal with emergency situations in the Scottish system. You referred in particular to some evidence on this subject that was given by Gillian Russell. Could you explain the role that she played and why it was that you thought that the description that she gave of this system was of interest as far as whether this directorate system functioned well or not?
Yeah, so this is a little bit simplistic, but as I understand it, all serving Scottish Government civil servants make reference to this kind of language about being joined up and about having a good directorate system. So you would expect this kind of testimony where there was very much an emphasis on doing things in a Scottish way, a Scottish Government way, with reference to a wider culture and set of expectations. And you normally expect there to be a story that this works well. And
as far as you're concerned, did you see in the materials with which you were provided evidence of this aspirational approach to the directorate structure achieving the aims which it set out to achieve?
Yeah, I would say that on paper, or if you were to listen to someone describing what they do, it would look like it made sense. It's very difficult to relate that to what actually happens.
Okay, and that would apply, obviously the paperwork I'm referring to is paperwork related to the way that decisions were made in the pandemic.
Yes.
So is your position, is your evidence that this is an example, again, I think, of a structure which seeks to try and have a positive aim, but of which there is little evidence that it actually has a positive effect?
Yes, I mean, I'm keen to stress, and you know, this phrase, evidence of absence is not absence of evidence, or either or. So what I'm struck by is when I read Scottish Government documents or accounts, they very much emphasise their aspirations, their structures, their strategies, and they do not really emphasise the more fine-grained decisions or their impacts. It's very much a kind of general story about how this is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm. And just to be clear, in case there's any doubt about it, the documents that I'm referring to upon which you've undertaken this analysis, these are the corporate statements and a couple of individual statements which have emanated from the inquiry's investigation into how decisions were taken.
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that if there were examples which you have suggested are absent of the way in which this directorate structure did achieve the aim which it set out to achieve, one might expect them to appear within that very large corporate body of evidence.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect the Scottish Government to be sitting on, you know, a secret stash of documents exhibiting their success.
You refer in your report also to a number of organisational changes which took place during the course of the pandemic. If we go to paragraph 141. Yes, in paragraph 142, under the heading, the reorganisation of directorates to coordinate a Scottish Government response to COVID-19. We've touched on some of this in the opening statement, and we'll address some of the detail with some other witnesses in due course. But you set out there that, broadly speaking, there was a reorganisation based on the materials that you were given, where within the directorate structure, a number of new directorate bodies were created to deal with the pandemic at various different times and in various different places.
Yes.
Just to be clear, and in the hope that I understand this, there are, I think, what are called directorates general, which are overarching bodies that within them contain a number of sub-directorates that are called directorates.
Yeah, it is a confusing language, and I think that the Scottish Government uses the language of families of directorates. So I think a family, I mean, a well-working family, I think that was what they're trying to project. And that this is a collection of directorates which interact with each other. They are separate organisationally, but they interact with each other as part of a wider Directorate General led by a Director General.
Right. So we see there at 142.1, for example, the Directorate General for Constitutional External Affairs. That would be one of the family definitions. And then within that, there would be a number of members of the family that would be directorates underneath that.
Yes.
And I think you point in particular to the fact that within that Directorate General, which I think it's fair to say was certainly one of, if not the lead Directorate General in relation to the pandemic, there were a number of new bodies and directorates and structures created while the pandemic was actually happening.
Yes. I should say that I would express uncertainty. It's very difficult to know the extent of the reorganisation. My sense is the documents that I read, that we referred to, provide a lot of detail on various name changes to directorates, and they list the director in each case. It's very difficult to know if the name change represents or symbolises a functional change, or if they're simply rebranding what they do with different names.
We can explore that factual matter, and no doubt we will have to with other witnesses in due course, Professor Cairney. But within that particular Directorate General, and also another one, which was the Health and Social Care Directorate General, there appeared to be a number of new bodies, new advisory structures created. Is that broadly your understanding? Yes,
and I think in some other cases the role is much clearer because the directorate is new and the topic is new. So I think, for example, a directorate for well, I should remember them all, but say a directorate for testing and tracing or something like that, it's clearly been established to do something new.
Yes.
Where some of them have been rebranded to repurpose what they do.
Yes. And with, can we look at paragraph 141, please? Again, your position was, I think, there around about halfway through, you say, however, the Scottish Government provides limited evidence that this system of decision-making was more effective during its response to COVID-19, partly because the inquiry did not ask to do it so explicitly. As far as that is concerned, is that where does that second comment emanate from, the one in brackets?
Okay, I'm smiling a bit here. So I produced 4 drafts of my report. The final draft was the 4th draft. The second draft was in response to the inquiry team comments, very constructive and helpful. The final draft was produced after detailed comment from core participants, primarily from Scottish Government participants. I joked to the team that it was like they were marking my homework, and that was often very good because they pointed out some inaccuracies. But this one, I think, summed up for me the problem the inquiry has in getting information from the Scottish Government, because my impression is it is only providing answers to the questions posed, and it's never going any further than that. And so I think that was feedback from one person in response to a comment that I'd made in a previous draft, which was the Scottish Government doesn't provide much evidence on X, Y, and Z. The response from them was, well, you didn't ask us to give you that evidence. Okay. So that comment, to be clear, came from the Scottish Government, is that right? Yes. And the Scottish Government's comment was that the reason why the Scottish Government documentation had provided limited evidence that this system of decision-making was more effective during its response to COVID-19 was because the inquiry hadn't asked it to do so. Yes. As far as the second part is concerned, based on what you have seen, and putting aside for the moment the question of whether that they had been asked that or not, your assessment was, I think, most of its relevant written evidence to which I have had access describes organisational changes rather than their effectiveness. Yes.
So your impression was that although there was a lot about how things had been moved around and rebranded, there wasn't an awful lot of discussion about how that had helped the people of Scotland ultimately.
Indeed.
Broadly speaking, based on your experience of the way in which governments are structured, policy is formulated and implemented to try and maximise the effectiveness of decisions, would you, and bearing in mind, of course, that you have conducted a very extensive analysis of the pre-pandemic situation in Scotland in that regard, would you generally think it is a good idea to reinvent systems so much in the heat of the fire rather than before the fire starts?
Oh, that's a good question. I certainly think it's well known in government and the study of government that major formal reorganisations are expensive in terms of the time it takes to do, the time it takes for civil servants to become proficient in their new role, and the time it takes for people to understand what their roles are in relation to other people. So I think any government would pause before having a major formal reorganisation. So I think what I would say is the reorganisation in 2007 was the profound one. This one, I think it's more difficult to say how big it was. I think a good example is when some of the Scottish Government documents essentially say we had a directorate working on Brexit and we repurposed that directorate to deal with COVID-19. So in some senses, I think that would seem odd to people that they would do that. But it makes sense in that what that directorate was trying to do was to coordinate a response across government on a complex issue. So it made sense for people experienced in that very broad task of coordination to be involved in a directorate. So I think some things do make sense. I wouldn't want to give the impression that I think this is a lot of sort of needless moving the deck chairs around. It's just difficult to know in detail what the purpose was of each directorate because the documents focus on the formalisation of the roles.
My question, I think, was a little bit more specific than that. You go on at various stages in your report to discuss, for example, in the context of advisory structures, but also decision-making structures. This is in the context of the devolution and intergovernmental relations section of your report. You refer to the fact that there were systems for achieving medical advice from experts via, for example, SAGE and its various subgroups.
Yes.
And there were existing decision-making bodies, such as COBRA, for example.
Yes.
And that you question, I think, you pose the question at least, as to whether more effort could have been made to try to use those existing structures developed for the purpose of an emergency.
Yes.
And you question, therefore, by extension, as I understand it, whether the development of these new, more Scottish-based systems, I think broadly one can say, was necessarily a good idea in the circumstances.
To be honest, I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell from the evidence available. I can say in general terms, some of these things make sense. So it makes sense to have a family of directorates that try to coordinate policy across government. I think maybe it makes sense to give them names that relate to the tasks. And maybe that's the advantage of the directorate system. It's difficult. The thing that I would be less sure about would be, for example, a lot of directorate functionality comes down to the people who lead them and their experience and such like. I don't have enough detail on their experience in relevant things, or if they're put into new roles, or this was an extension of their old role. So it's difficult to tell. I think it would be difficult for anyone on the outside to tell how these things work, and presumably very difficult for the Scottish Government to explain how they work to a typical citizen.
I wonder if I could give a comparison about which we've already heard some evidence. You have, although it's not the area you've been asked to look at, you'll be aware of the fact that there was a body called Public Health Scotland that played a predominant role in the pandemic response. And it was the case that the Scottish Government, as I think you note in your report, was keen to try to develop a new and better system for dealing with Scotland's considerable health inequalities.
Yes.
And part of that plan was the development of a body to coordinate the public health response, which was Public Health Scotland.
Yes.
And it became operational in April of 2020.
Yes.
And although that had been pre-planned, that was a difficult, we've heard some evidence that was a difficult time, obviously, for that to happen.
Yeah.
It has been accepted on their behalf that when one creates new structures like that, it's inevitable that there will be a degree of practical and cultural and organisational change and reorganisation that will be necessary.
Yes.
And I understand it to be their position that they would accept that that was not ideal in the middle of a pandemic, but there was no choice because that had been pre-planned.
Yeah, so I know...
My ultimate goal here is not to get into that, sorry, Professor
Okay.
Cairney. I just wanted to draw a comparison to say, do these same concerns apply in your area of expertise with regard to organisational change within government, as I've said, in the heat of the fire?
I think they're comparable but different. I would say that the introduction of Public Health Scotland was much more like the introduction of directorates in 2007, in that had been years in the planning, and that had been a long-term attempt to coordinate health and other issues between Scottish Government public health bodies and local government. So that, in some senses, I would describe what they had done, say, from the mid-2010s onwards as good practice in long-term planning. So that is different from the reorganisation of directorates, which took place much more quickly. My impression is some of this was much more overnight, so there's a difference in terms of the work that goes in. So I think Public Health Scotland would be the example of long-term planning organisation, whereas the directorates would be this short-term crisis response.
Thank you very much. Could we go to paragraph 125, please? This is, I think, where you're expressing your opinion in relation to topic 1, which is technically the preparedness topic, although I think you quite helpfully use these opinion sections to try and tell us a bit about how this feeds into our core function here, which is to look at the actual decision making. And I think in this paragraph you say that the focus on being better prepared over time to make effective decisions based on a commitment to continuous policy learning and being increasingly better prepared for an unfolding pandemic is a strong feature of Scottish Government oral testimony for Module 1 and written testimony for Module 2A, as follows. First, a general focus on the Scottish Government being a learning organisation is a key feature of the Scottish Government's Scottish approach narrative on decision making. Second, multiple witness statements describe continuous learning to respond to an emergency problem more effectively. Preparedness for future phases of COVID-19 would be improved because the Scottish Government had far more information about the nature and spread of the virus and its ability to respond. Third, this preparedness would be bolstered by new arrangements, including the establishment of a Scottish Government advisory system based on the Scottish Government's realisation that it should be less reliant on UK science advice mechanisms, and B, new specialist directorates better able to respond to the immediate COVID-19 threat than prepare properly for another. So I think there what you're helpfully doing, Professor, is you're bringing together the importance which we learned from Module 1 of being well prepared and learning lessons. And you're applying that also to the fact that we're not dealing here with a single incident that happened on one day, but something that went on for a period of years. And I think your assertion is that it is, well, the assertion in the documents, the Scottish Government's assertion is that they learned lessons as things went on, and therefore I assume, assert that they improved their response. Is that correct?
Yes, could I expand on that?
Of course, we'd very much like you to.
So I would say that if you were to distill down all of the evidence from the Scottish Government, you could turn it into a very simple, convincing story, which is we are a well-coordinated learning organisation. We may not have been prepared for this new pandemic in spring 2020, but we are an effective organisation to the extent that we can learn and respond to subsequent pandemics much more effectively. I think that is the Scottish position, the Scottish Government position. And I think also there is witness statements from the former First Minister and Deputy First Minister that encapsulate that assertion of learning. So the First Minister says, I told Scottish Cabinet in December 2020 that essentially we have learned that you cannot wait for this problem to become a crisis, you have to act quickly. We learned that from the first lockdown. The Deputy First Minister says, we've learned that in key cases, sometimes only a major lockdown will do. You know, these other measures are not going to work, and we need to do it. So they both talk about learning from the previous experience in the sense that it would inform their future decisions. And, you know, that is a good learning organisation. But what I can't then do is reconcile that with the fact that they appear to have made exactly the same mistakes twice. The first one was understandable because the virus was novel. Lockdown in March was something that was profoundly different from what anyone had been used to. They clearly were not sure what would happen, how much people would adhere to the guidelines, such like. But they state time and time again in their documents, we learned a lot from what happened during that lockdown, and we have learned a lot about what this virus is. And yet they appear to have produced the same delays in response for the second lockdown as the first. So in my mind, that does not exhibit pandemic preparedness in relation to continuously learning. And so I've been this is slightly speculative, but what I would like clarity on from the Scottish Government is, in a nutshell, do they think that the virus in 2020, by the end, was so different that they could not prepare for it, and therefore it's very difficult to prepare ever for a novel virus? Or is there some other explanation for the fact that they learned so much and yet acted so late?
I think you've confined your comments there to what happened during 2020, but the inquiry has heard evidence about, from statisticians, the government statistician and the PHS statistician, about there being significantly high levels of cases, higher than other places in the United Kingdom, later in the pandemic, but still in the period we're interested in particular from around August 2021. We have heard that those high rates obviously went up and down, but they continued, and there continued to be a high mortality rate resulting from what were known as the Delta and Omicron variants from that point into 2022. We have heard evidence that there were significant issues with hospitals becoming overwhelmed in 2021, which required the military to be drafted in to assist. We've heard evidence of the situation being described as a perfect storm. We've heard evidence from particular impacted organisations that their voice continued not to be heard during the pandemic, and that members of their communities continued to suffer, including oral testimony to that effect yesterday. Are these features of the evidence, and of course we keep our mind open to what the evidence may be, are these features of the evidence consistent with what I understand to be your general proposition that the evidence doesn't seem to suggest that you've seen that lessons were learned during the pandemic, such as to combat further waves and further devastation?
Yes, I think that the Scottish Government documents talk much more about learning than they demonstrate learning feeding into action. I should say I made this point more strongly in the third draft of my report. I did get a response from the Scottish Government, which was essentially a list of the ways in which they were learning. And I put that list in my fourth report. But my sense is that essentially that's what it is. It's a list of activity in different parts of the Scottish Government. It is not a coherent narrative of how they learn effectively during a crisis. And I think that's one of the sort of unresolved issues here about the extent to which there's a rhetoric of learning that does not match reality. And I suppose the other thing I should note is, in my mind, the Scottish Government, much like the UK Government, have described inquiries as the place to learn. In fact, when the now Deputy First Minister gave evidence to the committee I was inquiry that I was involved in, effective government decision making, I believe she said that we will learn lessons during the inquiries. And that struck me as quite odd, given that the focus so much on these documents is about continuous learning. Now, maybe they're talking about two different kinds. Maybe there's a difference between trial and error learning on a daily basis. And there is evidence of that, for example, when the former health secretary talks about learning how to deal with PPE problems. Maybe that's what they mean. But I don't see evidence of this longer-term learning that will then produce something that will inform the next pandemic. I think, if there was one of the committees they have talks about disease X. This disease, we don't know anything about it, but we know it's coming. I don't see anything from Scottish Government documents that says this is what we have learned that will inform how we deal with disease X.
So are you saying it's translating the words into actions?
Yes, I think I'll be careful how I say this, but the Scottish Government produces beautiful strategy documents. It has a wonderful language to describe how it wants to be. It does not have the same effective language for describing how it is.
Lady, if that's a convenient...
It is, certainly. Thank you. I shall return at 11:30.
All right.
Mr Dawson.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Cairney, I'd just like to move on to a slightly different, though connected area, which is the Scottish Government's commitment to human rights and equality, which is something we're interested in this module. If we could have page 5 of the report up, paragraph 1 again. You say around in the 5th paragraph there that the aspirational model, this is of the Scottish approach, involves establishing a national performance framework, NPF, with a core purpose, replacing sectoral government departments with cross-sectoral directorates, co-producing public sector commitments to deliver the NPF, and focusing on long-term aims, such as to reduce inequalities, rather than short-term targets based on a fixation with national elections. So the commitment to the reduction of inequalities is something that is part of this aspirational principles to be applied to the way that decisions are made.
Yes.
And in paragraph 14, you refer to, from 2015, the Scottish Government used its revision of the NPF 10-year plan, amongst other things, at bullet point 2, identify priorities in relation to addressing poverty and reducing inequalities. Then First Minister Nicola Sturgeon made strong commitments to reduce education and health inequalities.
Yes.
And could we look at paragraph 113, please? Again, this is in the section where you were looking at some of the evidence that was available in relation to Scottish Government from Module 1. And in that paragraph, you, as part of your analysis of the context of the pandemic, you say that health outcomes do not reflect the successful application of these new policies, citing, amongst other materials, the Bamborough and Marmot report commissioned by this inquiry. Is that right?
Yes.
And could we look at paragraph 115, please? And do you say in this paragraph that in the field of health inequalities, you state this is an example of where there were aspirations not put into practice?
Yes.
And again, I think it's fair to say that commitments to inequalities, including health inequalities and human rights in a more general sense, feature aspirationally, if you like, in some of the key structural documents, including the Four Harms approach.
Yes, and so other scholars know much more about human rights approaches than I, but my impression is the reference to a human rights approach is now the Scottish Government's thing. It's, I mean, I don't mean that in a negative sense. It is very committed to adopting that kind of language throughout government. And I think my impression is it's the same kind of aspiration. It's a very general term that's very difficult to, it's very difficult to oppose. Who wouldn't want a human rights approach? But the detail of how they make sense of it and the choices they make, I think that's the thing that is less visible.
So when you say the choices they make, ultimately what that means is whether the decisions that they make actually put that aspiration into practice.
Yes, and how they define human rights and whose human rights and the balance between human rights and, I mean, so lockdown was really about removing human rights. So if they were to talk about a human rights approach to something like that, it'd be very difficult to make sense of without more detail.
And your report as regards the period before the pandemic, drawing, as I say, amongst other things on the Bamborough and Marmot report, but other sources, suggests that although this approach to inequalities, in particular health inequalities, had been an aspirational part of Scottish Government decision-making for some time, updated and reinforced in 2015, as we saw, that health inequalities and inequalities in general remained a significant problem with Scottish society at the time the pandemic started. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this inquiry has heard significant evidence relating to this module that those inequalities and health inequalities were exacerbated by the way the pandemic was managed. Would it surprise you to hear that it has heard that evidence?
No, I think that the experience of COVID-19 policy symbolises a lot of the problems of inequalities that we saw before 2020.
Thank you. I'd like to move now on to a different area, which you've also very helpfully covered in some detail in your report. It's an area, the area is devolution and the interplay between the UK government and the Scottish government. We have heard in the inquiry a substantial body of evidence, generally speaking, about the devolution settlements across the UK, not least in the expert opinion from Professor Ailsa Henderson, which I know that you have been able to look at.
Yes.
And so it may be that the ground that we cover here can be a bit more focused because we have some general context. But I'd like to ask you some questions about that. I think you say in your report that because of the devolution settlement, which attributes certain policy areas to the Scottish Government, but reserves certain other policy areas to the UK Government, that both the UK Government and the Scottish Government share overall responsibility for policy decisions that impact Scotland.
Yes.
And you say in your report at paragraph 56, if we go to that, that in this context, I think you used the word blurry to describe the boundary between UK and Scottish Government responsibilities. I think at this stage you're referring to the period before the pandemic. There was blurriness about the lines of responsibility. Broadly speaking, is that right?
I would say there's always a blurry boundary in this kind of system.
Yes. And would it be fair to say that when a disaster comes along, like the pandemic, which affects all areas of society and life, and therefore all policy areas, that this blurriness starts to become a bit of a problem?
Yes.
Because in response to a pandemic, one needs clarity, not blurriness.
Yes.
Clarity as to whose responsibility each element of society it is.
Yes.
And were there, well, the inquiry has heard evidence that there were systems in place, I think as far back as the Scotland Act, but certainly from more recent years, including a Memorandum of Understanding and supplementary agreements last updated in 2013, that were designed, amongst other things, to encourage activity within, amongst other bodies, a joint ministerial committee to try to deal with this very issue of what you've described as the blurriness.
Yeah.
That'd be fair?
Yes.
And it is Professor Henderson's evidence that there had been relatively little activity in that regard in the years preceding the pandemic. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And that, in fact, the Joint Ministerial Committee had met only 11 times in relation to Scotland between 2007 and 2019.
Yes.
And it hadn't met after 2019 and before the pandemic, so during 2019.
Yes.
And in 2007, the 2007 date is the time that the SNP became the controlling party of the Scottish Government.
Yes.
And do you think that it is the case that our constitutional settlement required that there ought to be fora in which these boundaries should have been rendered less blurry, such as to make a pandemic response involving both policy-making agencies more effective?
Yes.
Another aspect which you touch upon in this regard in your report is the suggestion that the existence of these blurry lines may also make it easier for decision makers in the Scottish Government to attribute blame for bad policy outcomes to the UK Government and vice versa, thereby potentially creating an accountability deficit in Scotland.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more about what you mean by that concept?
Well, so this would take us back to the the topic that we began with about, new Scottish politics or old Westminster, I think a characteristic of a Westminster system is high stakes accountability for problems. It is parties contest elections based on who should take the credit, who should take the blame for decisions. And that is reflected in relationships between UK and devolved governments, particularly when they're of a different party. So I would say the way that the parties narrate the relationships relates profoundly strongly to the way that they campaign. So I would say that on both sides, the UK government leadership and the SNP government, to criticise each other in key cases is a key part of the way in which they present themselves to the electorate.
To turn then to the outcomes of this as far as the pandemic was concerned, you explain very helpfully in your report, which hopefully I can summarise, but please correct me if I'm going wrong, that there would, in these circumstances, have been two ways in which, from a legal and constitutional perspective, the pandemic could have been managed. I think you highlight, about which evidence has been heard in Module 2 as well, that the pandemic could have been governed by the Civil Contingencies Act route, or it could have been governed the way it was via what I think you describe as the public health route.
Yes.
And that these two routes have different legal and constitutional outcomes in terms of responsibility for the management of the pandemic. Is that right?
I think so.
Yes. And I think that the evidence we've heard in Module 2 already, and please tell me if you disagree with this, is that had the Civil Contingencies Act route been used, that would have resulted in a greater degree of responsibility being vested in the UK government for matters pertaining to Scotland than actually happened. Is that correct?
That is what I'm relying on more expert people than I.
Yes, but that's
my understanding.
Yes, I understand you're not a legal expert, Professor Cairney. It's very important to point that out. But in your report, you have summarised evidence available from other sources, which leads you to believe that that is the case. And certainly my understanding is that's consistent with the evidence the inquiry has already heard in that regard. In the end of the day, what happened was there was the Coronavirus Act 2020, which, amongst its schedules, accorded certain powers to the Scottish Government to do things like impose legal restrictions on members of Scottish society. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
That gave, that operated within the devolution arrangements subject to any extra powers that were included in the 2020 Act?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say at an overall level, without getting into any legal detail, that that resulted in a situation whereby the blurry lines became something of an issue because the pandemic strategy in Scotland required input in certain areas from the UK government, but accorded overall control to the Scottish government?
Yes.
For example, you highlight in your report at least one major area, but possibly other areas that would technically fall within the reserved powers of the UK government. The major one is funding, to which we will return. The UK Treasury remains a reserved matter. And there are perhaps multiple matters, but another one which is of some significance to this module is the question of borders.
Yes.
Because border control generally is a reserved matter.
Yes.
Therefore, is it fair to say that your assessment is that they're required, given that that route was selected, to be a significant degree of coordination and cooperation between the governments, given the all-encompassing nature of the pandemic and its effects?
Very much so.
And given that requirement, the blurry lines caused a significant problem.
I think so, yes.
You also, in your report, in the very helpful, lengthy section about pandemic preparedness, talk about a lot of systems which existed and about which the inquiry has heard in detail in Module 1, to do with resilience partnerships and that sort of thing. Given that, is it your understanding that the systems which existed pre-pandemic, as far as Scotland's preparedness was concerned, were based on a civil contingencies type outcome in terms of the way a pandemic or any other emergency might be managed?
My impression is that they had two different systems running on parallel tracks. So one of them was civil contingencies and the legislation that required the Scottish Government to prepare for an emergency.
Yes, but the systems that we were talking about were systems that would be employed in a civil contingencies type scenario, the scenario that wasn't actually followed through. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, my impression, to be honest, I found the documents very confusing. But my impression was they were anticipating either emergencies defined very generally, so they very rarely refer to a pandemic, or they're anticipating, my impression is that they're anticipating emergencies a bit like natural disasters, where this is really quick responses by emergency services to an incident. I don't think that many of the documents talk about, you know, the scale of this kind of pandemic.
Could I ask you, could we look at, please, paragraph 59? Under subparagraph E, please. You talk there, I think, and tell us that the materials which you've looked at suggest that, in written testimony in particular, that from a legal perspective, and with the caveat that you're not a lawyer and you're relying on this material, the Scottish Government's position, or at least certain individuals who are prominent in the Scottish Government at the time, suggest that the Scottish Government could have could have acted so as to impose lockdown, for example, before the Coronavirus Act 2020.
Yes, and this is one of an example where I think I got far more clarity from the Scottish Government in comparison to other issues, because in the draft of my report, I had said I'm honestly not sure if the Scottish Parliament could have legislated in this field, and I'm not sure what the legal position was before that. And I got very clear, which I quoted here, very clear feedback from the Scottish Government that the Scottish Government could have initiated the legislation in the Scottish Parliament because this was clearly a public health responsibility, so there were no issues of being challenged, but that it made a decision not to legislate in the Scottish Parliament in favour of a four nations approach built on legislation in Westminster.
Right. So your understanding from the Scottish Government materials is that the Scottish Government had the power to impose a lockdown before it was imposed?
If it legislated to do so.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. But that it chose not to in favour of the four nations approach, which culminated in a coordinated commencement to the lockdown in March 2020.
Yes.
Is it fair to say, one might say, I think, that, or is it fair to say, that in this area there may be a significant degree of confusion as to where the power lies in this regard?
Yes.
And that perhaps is why you have struggled, as others have, to work out what the position is.
Yes.
But your understanding of the evidence is that the Scottish Government's position is that it felt it could legislate for a lockdown in the period before the 23rd of March.
Yes.
And we know, of course, that the Scottish Government did not legislate and have a lockdown for that period, but it did issue a number of recommended courses of action in early March to curb social interaction and the like.
Yes.
Given that there is a lack of clarity in this area, it would appear, and it is your evidence that that is the case, is this the sort of thing that would have benefited from clarification of the blurry lines, perhaps in a joint ministerial committee so that if an emergency like this struck, everyone would know what their powers were?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the case that the lack of clarity contributed to issues around a delay in the lockdown at that time, based on your assessment of the materials?
That's tricky for me to answer. What I can say for sure is that the feedback from the Scottish Government is that they thought this was the quickest way to do it. So I think from their perspective, this reduced delay. I think the counterfactual is, what if Scottish Government ministers had much earlier on recognised this as a problem, thought that the UK Government was not doing enough about it, and therefore legislated much more quickly. From the documents they've given, they do not give the impression that they were operating on a much more accelerated timetable than the UK Government, and therefore they were quite close together. It made sense for them to do this quickly. I think that sometimes things that aren't left said is that although the UK Government does not challenge Scottish Government legislation much, the UK Government and citizens can challenge Scottish Parliament legislation if deemed out of competence. So I think it would be reasonable for the Scottish Government to say that during a crisis, when there is not 100% clarity on who's responsible, it makes sense for Westminster to legislate, because then it won't receive that challenge over competence in the way that the Scottish Government could.
But as I think you accepted earlier, one might, in a counterfactual situation, had there been greater clarification over these matters between the governments to deal with the pandemic,
Yes.
we might have been operating in a counterfactual situation where there wasn't that lack of clarity.
Yes, I think if they had their time again, they would have clarified this, and the Scottish Parliament would have legislated.
Okay. One of the other things that you mentioned there that we'll come on to in a moment is you interpret the evidence that you've seen as being that the Scottish Government had the formal responsibility but not the financial means to act, before saying this is an example of the blurry boundaries. What is your understanding of the concern about the financial means that would have been necessary for the Scottish Government to act?
Okay, so this is a remarkably concise answer based on the detail. Essentially, the history of Scottish Government finance has been that the Treasury essentially provides the budget, the size. The Scottish Government decides how to spend it. So,
Professor, could I say, I want to get into a little bit of the detail around how funding works in a moment. Sorry to cut across you, but I'm just trying to clarify what your understanding of the evidence that emanates from the Scottish Government as to what it was specifically about the financial issue that meant that they had the responsibility but not the financial means to act, which it seems played some part in the decision making. We'll get on to the more difficult stuff in a moment, actually.
Okay, so I think the Scottish Government position is that an act such as lockdown would be profoundly expensive, and that's been borne out. And it did not have the means to borrow the money to finance that activity. It had a budget, but that budget was already allocated, and we're talking about a scale that it wouldn't be able to fund. For example, I think the biggest example is the employment furlough. It didn't feel able financially to fund its own furlough.
So, to be fair, I think it's important to point out that the evidence that you've seen is pointing out that that was an important factor in the decision-making as well. It wasn't simply a matter of we can just go off and have a lockdown because we can. There were other considerations, including these financial considerations, to take into account.
Yes, because I think the key question when they're considering solutions is this solution feasible? And so at the time they were wrestling with two feasibility issues. One was the political one, will people accept the lockdown? The other was the technical feasibility, can we do it and can we afford it? And I think, that informed all decision-making at that time.
Thank you. Before we move on to look at this area of funding in a bit more detail, I just wanted to clarify with you, which is an important, although I think sometimes perhaps misunderstood element of the way that the devolution settlement played out in the pandemic. It is important to understand, is it not, that the UK government continued to have a direct role in controlling Scottish matters during the course of the pandemic.
Yes.
Not all Scottish matters, but certain Scottish matters that were reserved to their competence.
Yes.
So, for example, as we'll see in a moment, the funding arrangements were still generally controlled by the Treasury.
Yes.
I say generally because there are some tax-raising powers of the Scottish Government that we'll touch on.
Yes.
Other areas, for example, that we've heard something about already, defence is a reserved matter.
Yes.
So that during the course of the pandemic, when the military required to be brought in to assist with hospitals, that was a matter over which the Secretary of State for Scotland took control.
Yes.
So you may, if you don't know that particular, in general terms, defence matters would be for the UK government. And if you take it from me on the hypothesis that they're required to be defence intervention, you would expect that to be a matter for the UK government.
Yes.
Okay. So although operational control of the pandemic lay with the Scottish government, the UK government had exclusive control in certain areas and therefore an important part to play in Scotland's pandemic response.
Yes.
Thank you. So then to turn to the question of funding, we go to paragraph 255, please. This is what we described earlier as topic 7. You were asked a specific question about this, and you say, I think, at paragraph 258, if we could just go over the page. I think, as you've already said in passing, that the general rule, as far as funding in Scotland is concerned, is that the Treasury heavily influences the size of the Scottish Government's budget, but it does not control how the Scottish Government spends its budget.
Yes.
Is that correct? Again, if I could try and put this to you, and if you disagree, please tell me. My understanding of the very helpful evidence you've given in this regard is that funding is normally allocated to Scotland by the UK Treasury as part of a block grant. Is that
yes.
correct? And that when the grant is being fixed by the UK Treasury, there will be some level of negotiation with the Scottish Government about how big that should be.
Yes.
And broadly speaking, the way that the amount is arrived at is by the application of something called the Barnett formula. Is that
yes.
correct? And the Barnett formula is an agreed, though not uncontroversial, means by which a budget is set effectively for England, and Scotland is given a percentage of that, and that's its block grant. Is that correct?
Yes. The only way I'll qualify it is that the term Barnett formula has taken on this wider meaning. It means all sorts of things to different people. So it can be defined in the way you suggest, but I would not assume that that is a widely understood description of how it works.
Right. Effectively, the way I've suggested is that it involves the application of a fixed percentage of the amount allocated to the budget for England, and the application of that to the English budget gives you what the Scottish budget is. Is that broadly correct?
Yes, and I think the brief context is that it was treated by the Treasury as a means to make changes to the Scottish budget as automatic as possible.
Yes.
They didn't want to have these annual disputes about how much the budget should be,
yes.
so there's a formula to avoid
yes,
that.
Yes, indeed. So that's why, although one might do it a different way, many people may, there is a fixed formula which tries to simplify the process.
Yes.
And that presumably gives a certain degree of predictability about what the funding might be for future planning purposes and many other factors.
Yes.
At paragraph 261, this is in the section where you are talking about the Scottish Government's pandemic response. You note that the Scottish Government's budget available to deal with the pandemic was largely influenced by spending on comparable services in England. Is that because where large amounts of effectively emergency funding were allocated for England by the UK Treasury, generally speaking, the amount for Scotland was calculated by the application of the Barnett formula.
Yes, particularly if the expectation would be a lot of the funding would be on the National Health Service. So that would be treated as a devolved matter, highly comparable, so it would be relatively straightforward to apply there.
In circumstances where the Barnett formula is applied as the tool you described it as being to a block grant, it may well be the case that Scottish Government may apply a greater proportion to one area and a smaller proportion to another. Is that right?
Yes.
And the Scottish Government has the power to decide, once it's got its grant, what it uses it for.
Yes.
And over a block grant which applies to all services, although the Scottish Government may disagree, the amounts that are required may balance out, because there might be greater spending in one area as a result of Scottish Government policy, but there may be a lesser requirement to spend in another area. Is that right?
Well, certainly they have to balance their budget. Yes. So any additional spending on one area has to be met by a reduction somewhere else.
Yes. But the theory, at least, is that they require to do that, and therefore, if the Scottish Government decides to spend more on health, for example, it would have to find that proportionate deficit elsewhere.
Yes.
And is it correct to say, as I think we've confirmed already, that the way in which funding for the COVID-19 pandemic generally worked would be that money would be allocated by the UK Treasury as an emergency budget, and that the Barnett formula would be applied in order to reach the amount that Scotland would get?
Yeah, so I think eventually, instead of working it out after the spending had taken place, they estimated what the spending would be.
In advance?
Yeah.
Yes. Is it your view that such an approach to working out the Scottish share for specific matters in an emergency situation, which, although generally certainly adopted, if not necessarily entirely agreed with, is the approach to overall block grant, is an appropriate way of allocating funding to Scotland for its specific needs in a specific emergency?
No, I would say that what became known as the Barnett formula, that's me being academic, was a political solution. It was not a coherent financial solution.
And again, given your evidence that this was not an appropriate thing to deal with this sort of situation, is this the sort of matter which could have formed part of discussions in a joint ministerial committee to work out how such eventualities may be dealt with in an emergency?
Yes, I would say, given the level of crisis and the sort of unprecedented nature of the crisis, the kind of negotiations between civil servants in the UK and Scottish Government would require a level of cooperation between ministers to give them the cover to talk those things through.
I think you have drawn upon perhaps other sources, but certainly John Swinney's evidence to Module 1, where he said that not just at ministerial level, but more broadly, his evidence was that relations between the two governments at the time the pandemic struck were particularly poor.
Yes, I think, and it might be important to stress, poorer than what. So I would say from 1999 to 2007, you had Labour leading both governments, and all of these issues you talk about would be dealt with quite informally. If there were crises at a ministerial level, it would be dealt with informally between parties. From 2007, that was not possible, and the devolved administrations pushed for more formal arrangements. But I think these meetings are largely in the control of the UK government. The devolved governments can't successfully demand that they happen. So there's sort of subordinate partners there. So their relationship was already bad. Over the years, it's been both sides. So the SP has been highly dissatisfied with the UK government. The UK government has portrayed the SNP government as not to be trusted. So this was a key feature before, that their position was it was very difficult to share information with the Scottish government because we do not trust their ministers to keep it quiet. So there was a lack of trust between ministers. It was exacerbated, I think, by key personalities, and exacerbated by the Brexit, which was famously rejected by most people in Scotland.
Yeah.
So I would say up to roughly the point of Brexit, it's hard to imagine a worse relationship between the UK and devolved government.
Well, thank you very much for that context. We'll obviously explore these matters with appropriate witnesses in due course, my lady. Just a few final things on funding. One of the points that you mentioned earlier was that there was concern, and there's documentary evidence to suggest that this was the case during the course of the pandemic, that Scotland's policy control over the management of the pandemic may be limited by its lack of access to financial levers. In particular, you gave the most prominent example of their ability to fund the furlough scheme were they to exercise their power to impose a further lockdown, for example, at the time of, at a different time perhaps from England. You, in your report, talk about this issue. It was, I think, a part of the narrative from the Scottish Government during the course of the pandemic that this was a problem. And you, I think, in your report comment on this, where you talk about the extent to which financial levers may influence policy decisions in Scotland.
Yes.
And is that your understanding of the Scottish Government's position broadly from the papers that you've looked at?
Yes, that they needed the UK Government to allocate additional funds, that the Scottish Government did not have the means to provide those funds themselves because, almost all of this additional funding came from borrowing and the Scottish Government does not have those powers. It needed the certainty of how much it would receive so that it could allocate that funding quickly. And I think its position is it not only relied on the UK Government to give it this funding, but it also did not get a clear enough steer about what that funding would be.
That's its position. There is evidence, which the inquiry has before it, that this was a matter of some concern to the Scottish Government in around November 2020. You remember at that time that contemplation was being given to the possibility of what were called firebreak lockdowns to break chains of transmission. And there were concerns expressed not only on the part of the Scottish Government, but indeed other politicians in Scotland that to do so would perhaps run the risk of a measure being taken that could not be supported financially. Is it your understanding that a clarification was made at that stage to the effect that, by the then Prime Minister, that the furlough scheme would be available for future lockdowns in Scotland?
I think from that document, I took that the former Prime Minister had given a verbal assurance that would be true. Yes,
there was something of a political issue. The document you're talking about is, there are two news articles, just for the record, I'll read their numbers, INQ 000360049, and the one relating to the Prime Ministerial response is INQ 000360145. Because would it not seem, from a political perspective, odd if the position were that, in terms of the Coronavirus Act, the political power had been accorded to the Scottish Government to do just that, create a lockdown if they felt it appropriate in the interest of Scotland. For the government, the UK Government, then to say, well, if you feel you need to do that at a different time from us, we won't fund it. Would that not be politically unusual situation to be in?
I think so. I think the context you describe is important here, because if you had a situation before 2020 when the two governments were working really well together, they knew each other and trusted each other, then if the Prime Minister had said, we will provide this funding in a flexible manner, the Scottish Government would have been assured and would have acted accordingly. I think the problem here is that, in fact, I'm sure this will come up in their testimony, Scottish Government ministers do not trust UK Government ministers and would not take a verbal assurance as something that they could plan on. And I think it's that lack of trust, communication, cooperation that would undermine the delivery of that kind of flexibility.
Okay. Could I just ask you one further thing on this? Oh, sorry, before I move on from that, just to point out, of course, the other devolved nations did have fire break lockdowns around that time. And as I understand it, the Welsh fire break lockdown had started before those exchanges on the 1st of November. And it may be subject to subsequent evidence, but obviously those devolved nations have similar financial arrangements.
Yes.
And therefore, it would seem that some sort of plan had been laid out for the Welsh fire break lockdown, which no doubt we will address in due course.
Yes, and I should say there's a long history of that kind of allocation. I think, not everyone would use this term, but the academic, you would say that is called formula bypass. So the UK government would ostensibly use the Barnett formula to make these decisions, but it would always reserve the right to make any ad hoc financial decision it wanted to in relation to devolved governments. So there is a long history of them essentially saying, here's your budget, but then on an ad hoc basis giving different allocations.
Okay, thank you. One matter that I just wanted to raise here, paragraph 289, please. This is in your conclusion section relating to topic 7. You earlier on have done an analysis of some reports and materials available from, amongst others, Audit Scotland, relating to the question of how the money was spent. And what was the conclusion which came from that analysis, that it's difficult to know exactly what the money was actually spent on?
Yes, I think Audit Scotland's quite clear on that they're very dissatisfied with the lack of clarity on how the money was spent.
When we talk about the money that was allocated in support of the pandemic response.
Yes, and I think the added complication is that Audit Scotland can only audit resource allocation by the Scottish Government and the Scottish public sector. And, this response was characterised by spending from the UK to the Scottish Government or the UK directly. And so not only did it not know what the Scottish Government spending was in sufficient detail, it was unable to audit UK Government spending.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to a separate topic, please, which is to do with the structures for decision-making within the Scottish Government. In particular, paragraph 42 of your report, please. And you say that the Scottish Cabinet performs equivalent functions to the UK Cabinet. And I think you say there that in the constitutional or the decision-making structures of the Scottish Government, similar to the UK Government, the Cabinet is the ultimate decision-maker. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at paragraph 45, you note that compared to the UK Cabinet, the Scottish Cabinet is smaller, which creates a greater potential to perform a more meaningful collective function. Is that right?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
My impression of the UK Cabinet is that in fact, you can see it visually. It's people sitting around a huge table, and there are far more people there than could possibly contribute collectively to joint decision-making. I don't think that's what it exists for. And if ministers want to perform that kind of work, they do that in far smaller cabinet committees or subcommittees. So I think for as long as I've studied UK politics, cabinet has not been seen as a decision-making body. It's rather been seen as a decision-ratifying body.
Right.
Whereas at least the Scottish Government description of its cabinet is that because it's smaller, because they have cross-cutting responsibilities, because directorates can respond to different ministers, and because the Deputy First Minister has this overarching role, it can perform that function that would be that most people would think cabinets perform.
But consistently with some other themes from your evidence, you say in paragraph 45 that this potential is not necessarily or always realised.
Yeah, it's difficult. I would say the story that we make all decisions through the Scottish Cabinet, I think, is the official story. It was, if I was doing academic work, it would be my starting point for critical analysis to look at what actually happened. I would just assume that there was always this gap between the official picture and how things are really done.
When you mentioned earlier the concept of the UK Cabinet you were describing as potentially a decision ratifying body, what exactly do you mean by that? Does that mean the decisions are taken elsewhere and simply put before the Cabinet to rubber stamp them? Is that roughly what you're saying?
I mean, rubber stamping has a real weight.
Please use your own words to describe what that means.
I would say that given the amount of time and deliberation and knowledge that it would take to make a meaningful collective decision, and the time given to a UK Cabinet and the amount of time for deliberation, those two things don't match up. You could not make decisions in that manner. Yes. And they don't. I don't think even the UK Cabinet puts up much of a pretense that that's how it works.
The theory, however, of Cabinet being the decision-making body is, I think, that various different aspects of government decision-making and, by extension, Scottish life or UK life are represented by different people, such that different views can be brought to bear in a discussion-making body that then leads to a collective decision. Is that the theory, at least?
Yes, and I think those discussions do happen. Ministers, civil servants and others do debate those issues. But I think the UK style, if you like, is to do those things before Cabinet and behind closed doors, and then use Cabinet as a way of ratifying the decisions and discussions already had.
Yes.
The portrayal of the Scottish Cabinet here is different, at least from the Scottish Government. It is that the Scottish Cabinet is the place where people have these debates and make these choices.
Okay. And you mentioned there the complexity and volume of material that was inconsistent with the idea that the UK Cabinet was actually making the decisions. I mean, obviously, within the pandemic, as we've seen, the volume and complexity of the material was at the extreme end.
Yeah.
And do you think, therefore, that proper Cabinet decision-making, as the Scottish Government purports happens within its decision-making structures, would have the advantage of spreading the burden of that information and allowing its totality and complexity to be taken more into account in an ultimate decision than, say, for example, if you had just an individual decision-maker?
Yes, I think it performed a profoundly important function because, on the one hand, the minute-by-minute, day-to-day decisions of ministers could not all be processed by a Cabinet, but they were able to process key matters of principle that would guide all activity. So
your evidence there is on the assumption, I think, to be clear, that the purported model is the model that actually played out.
Yes.
But we will explore that in the evidence. But your position is that during the course of the pandemic, that purported model of Cabinet decision-making would have been a good one for the reasons that we've discussed.
Yes, if working well and as described, it would be an excellent way to make decisions.
Well, the UK Parliament, with the UK Cabinet, what happened during COVID was we ended up with the Cabinet committees, like COVID-O and COVID-Os.
Yes.
They were Cabinet committees. They were comprised of people, so it wasn't as if they were just a couple of people in a corridor making a decision on their own.
Indeed not, no. But I think that would be, I think the Scottish Cabinet could be considered to be the equivalent of that Cabinet committee in terms of the size and scale. I think they had a Cabinet committee, so they thought, let's have the most important people in the room, let's make it a manageable process, particularly during emergency. And I think the idea here is that because the Scottish Cabinet is already smaller, they could do that without relying as much on Cabinet committees.
Yeah. Could I just go to paragraph 43, one final matter on this? In this paragraph, you're talking about decisions which would normally be taken at the cabinet level. Is there clear guidance about decisions requiring to be discussed and made at cabinet level and circumstances in which they can be delegated, for example, to an individual minister? I think here you suggest perhaps not.
I think, well, the language matters here. I think I think from their perspective, they're as clear as they need to be, because I think the thing that is either stated elsewhere or is implicit throughout is that ministers have to make judgments to interpret these rules. And individual ministers are responsible for their own behaviour. The Cabinet is responsible for their collective behaviour. So this is very much about the judgment of individuals within a broad context.
So does that mean where responsibility is delegated, the Cabinet needs to decide, understand it's giving away its collective responsibility to a particular individual, which it may theoretically have some adverse consequences, because that's the reason why Cabinet exists, to have a collective view.
Yes, and it's interesting to me, the witness statements do provide examples of how this works, and I think they have provided the least controversial. I think if you look at the example they give, you think, okay, that's reasonable. So the example they give is, in principle, we will agree to remove the obligation to wear a face mask once these conditions are met. And then that's delegated to the First Minister. So I think that's, if you think these are the examples, then it's straightforward, because the principle has been established, the measures of change have been established, so this is just a case of making a decision. Yeah. I don't have access to like a full allocation of choices made by the First Minister.
Yes, I'm really trying to address this for the purpose of looking at those sorts of decisions in the abstract with you, to try and work out what would be the advantages and disadvantages, which I think we've covered.
Yeah.
I'd just like to go to paragraph 48, please. In this section, you're telling us something about the way in which the civil service works in Scotland. The civil service is a reserved matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that the civil service at the time of devolution was an important part of the devolution settlement, in that in reserving the civil service to the UK government's ambit, that was one of the mechanisms by which the primacy of the Westminster Parliament would be thought to be maintained? Is that broadly correct?
Certainly. The way I describe it is, this is the way to solve most of those problems of intergovernmental relations we talked about. That regardless of the relationships between ministers, there would always be this excellent relationship between civil servants.
Right. But in terms of the constitutional settlement, one of the important things that the civil servants do is to advise ministers. That's probably their function.
Yes.
And sometimes that might involve telling a minister that they're not doing the right thing, or making a bad decision, or they should think about it, or something like that.
Yes.
And one of the things in the settlement, the devolution settlement, which related to that, was the possibility that civil servants might sometimes have to tell Scottish Government ministers that what they were wishing to do exceeded their legislative competence.
Yes.
And that was a means by which that was meant to be regulated.
Yes.
And you mentioned there the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act 2010. Was that an act which did a number of things, but one of the things that it did was it changed the ability, the power, it accorded power to the Scottish Government to be able to appoint its own civil servants?
Yes, I mean, I will admit to being confused by the fine details of this, but my impression has always been that the Scottish Government has delegated responsibility for recruitment. So it essentially operates as to some extent, autonomous organisation recruiting civil servants according to these rules. And so it's a kind of operational role within these rules. So I think the only time this becomes a problem or a contentious issue is the appointment of the most senior civil servants. And so essentially, these are supposed to be non-partisan, non-political roles, but I think the most senior civil servant is performing a very delicate political task, that would have to be managed well.
But to be clear, from 2010, as you set out there's a Scottish Government Civil Service Code, is that right?
Yes.
And the fundamental rule of that is, as a civil servant, you're accountable to Scottish ministers, who are in turn accountable to the Scottish Parliament.
Yes.
There's an accountability there to the Scottish ministers, as opposed to the UK government in some way.
Yes, and that did become an issue in relation to Scottish independence, because the Permanent Secretary at one time was expressing that language to say, I am here to support an SNP-led Scottish government. It is their commitment to foster independence, therefore it is my duty to foster that. So I think that was really symbolised there in terms of the balance they struck. Very much the way they articulated their role was in relation to the Scottish government, and they would often downplay their wider UK role.
Have these sorts of things given rise generally to concerns, at least about whether the Scottish civil service is too committed to the cause of independence?
I mean, there would be lots of expressed concerns by certain people. And it's hard to so it's hard for me to give like a balanced account of that. That's essentially an extension.
All I'm asking is that a matter which is an issue in public discourse about, but there are concerns in that regard. I'm not asking you to say whether they are well founded or not, but merely that this is a matter on which political commentators, political experts like yourself, that you're aware that this is an issue which you sometimes are called upon to discuss and think about.
Yeah, certainly. It would not be difficult to find critics of the Scottish Government Civil Service saying that they were too committed to the SNP government.
Thank you. Could I go to paragraph 206, please? This is the last topic that I intend to take you to, Professor. This is the section which, if I recall, is topic 5, where you're talking about public communications.
Okay.
And you give, again, a very useful commentary on this. Paragraph 206, you refer to other literature which notes that at times of crisis, leaders can be led into a more presidential style of decision-making and communication, where the elected leaders seek to personalise their power. Do you think that the presidential style of leadership was a feature of the Scottish Government's communication strategy, in particular Nicola Sturgeon fronting much of the communication operation?
Yes.
And in your report, you also note at paragraph 229 that there is, you've helpfully told us about some polling which exists, which tends to suggest that Nicola Sturgeon, in her public role, certainly compared favourably to Boris Johnson in terms of public approval. But you make a distinction there between public satisfaction with government communication and the ability of the public to understand the information conveyed by governments. Could you just explain briefly the difference and the significance of that?
Yeah, so governments commission essentially proxy information of how well their campaigns are going. One of them is a question about, do you trust this government and this government to act in your best interests, or something like that. Mm-hmm. So the Scottish Government scored consistently higher in terms of that general trust that this government was acting in your best interests. Mm-hmm. So I think that's not only work commissioned by the Scottish Government, but also in independent polling. I think you might struggle to find someone who didn't just come up with that same kind of picture. Right. They also commission work to try and understand, because the issue with trust is it is not all a good thing. So in work that I have reviewed, the authors prefer this idea of watchful trust, which is you put enough trust in people that you think they're competent and sincere, but you always keep an eye on them as part of your duty. And so if you simply unconditionally trust a government, you're failing in your duty to hold them to account. So I think the satisfaction and trust is quite a weak proxy of how well things are going, because people may put their trust in governments without any evidence to give them the reason to do it. Or there are clear differences in terms of trust in governments according to the extent to which you share their beliefs or you support the party that they're from. Okay, so you separate that out. There's still this difference in trust, but they are also looking for measures of understanding and compliance with the measures that they take, and measures over time. So they want to know, do people understand what we're asking of them? Do they agree with what we're asking them to do, or at least are they willing to do it, and are they doing it? So that those are very different polling data. One is very general, one is specific on behaviour.
And I think you say that at least there's limited evidence of the second type, the ability of the public to understand the information, whereas there is a proliferation of evidence from in various different places for public satisfaction, which may be a less reliable and less helpful indicator. Is that correct?
I think if you truly want to understand if people understand information, you have to ask them to describe it. You have to say to them, tell me what this means. You don't ask them, do you understand what this means? Because lots of people will say they understand but will not be able to describe it. So they're working on these proxies, and there are some examples. So I think this is an interesting one that I would probe. Scottish Government representatives have been asked about this already in Scottish Parliament committees. And a committee has put to key people that there are campaigns that you've done that people clearly don't understand or even remember. So the famous one is facts, which I could perform not knowing what the 5 things stand for, but I simply could not, I don't know what they stand for. And I studied it, and in my report, they're listed. I think it's striking that a minister giving evidence to a Parliament committee was given a round of applause for recounting those 5. And I think, to me, that summed up the issue. So I think the response from key people has been, well, even if people cannot tell you what facts means, it has raised awareness, and they kind of know what it means. They know, okay, wear a face mask, distance yourself, seek a test, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of that focus from Scottish Government submissions on this is generally going okay. Look at the weight of communication we're doing. And in fact, I would say that's a key theme. Whenever probed to say how effective is your campaigning, the answer will be, well, look at the amount. And I think that's an issue for me.
Okay. My last question was going to be whether you could recount facts, but as you already told me that you don't want to do that is my last question. Thank you very much, Professor. There are no co-participant questions relating.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. We've hardly touched the surface. You've obviously done a huge amount of work, for which I'm extremely grateful. But don't worry about the rest of your written material. We take into account all the evidence, not just the oral, the written as well. And I'm just sorry I won't have the time to pop along to Stirling and listen to a seminar or a lecture if you still give them. So thank you very much for your help.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I shall return at 25 to 2.
All right.
Mr Tarrick.
Good afternoon, my lady. May I please call Dr. Donald Macaskill?
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take a seat.
Sorry you've been kept waiting for some time, Dr Macaskill.
Dr. Macaskill, thank you for your assistance to the inquiry to date. There are a few preliminary matters that I wanted to raise with you. Can you please keep your voice up and speak slowly, because we have a stenographer who's taking notes for the transcript. If any of my questions are unclear, please say so and I will rephrase. Scottish Care has provided a witness statement to the inquiry that's dated the 11th of July 2023. This statement is at INQ 000224524, and you'll see that the statement is on screen in front of you. If we turn to page 35, there will be a signature which is beneath the personal data. Is this your statement?
It is.
Are you content for this statement to? Are the contents of this statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
I understand, Dr. Macaskill, that you wanted to say something before we get into the substance of your evidence. Here is an opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Mr Tarrick, and I think it's very important on behalf of Scottish Care's care home, home care and housing support members that I will state at the beginning my own personal but also our organisation's condolences to the thousands of individuals who lost their lives as a direct result of COVID, but also to the tens of thousands of others who had lost the opportunity to spend the last few months, weeks of their lives because of the measures which were undertaken during the pandemic. So we express our condolences to them. But I would also want at the same time to recognise and to underline the amazing dedication of frontline women and men who went out to care in our care homes and in other community settings and in individual homes. They are the best of us at a time of real fear. When the novel coronavirus was presenting itself, they left the comfort of their own homes to care for and support some of our most valuable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macaskill. I want to now start with the substance of your evidence and want to begin by asking some questions about Scottish Care. Scottish Care is a membership organisation representing the independent care sector in Scotland. Is that right?
That's right. So we represent charitable, not-for-profit, employee-owned and private providers of older people's care in care homes and in the community in care at home and housing support.
So, and as I understand it, Scottish Care has around 350 members. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of the pandemic, your interest lay in the fields of care homes, but also those that were being cared for at home, as your members delivered both of those services. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And these services were delivered to a wide range of people. It could be older people, people with long-term health conditions, people with disabilities, people with learning disabilities, and people with physical disabilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the organisations that Scottish Care represents, they vary in size. Is that correct?
Absolutely. They vary from single operators, often family-run operators, charitable organisations of various size, all the way up to national and larger corporate bodies.
And over the course of the pandemic, your members were at the forefront of caring for some of the most vulnerable people in our society, both in residential settings, residential care settings, but also in individuals' homes. Is that right?
Yeah, the frontline staff employed by our members were very much at the forefront of addressing the challenge of the pandemic.
I now want to turn to the role of Scottish Care in the pandemic. It said in the statement of Scottish Care that Scottish Care was at the heart of the debate and discussion around the social care sector, that it provided a detailed and vocal response to the issues faced by the care sector in Scotland. Your statement explains that Scottish Care attended meetings and working groups convened by the Scottish Government. It contributed to guidance that was produced by the Scottish Government and Public Health Scotland, which impacted the sector, and it maintained direct and regular communications with the Scottish Government on the key issues affecting the sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to turn to the period leading up to the 21st of April 2020, and in particular look at some of the Scottish Government's decision-making in that critical period of March 2020 and up to 21st of April 2020. We know that a large number of patients were transferred from hospital to care homes without being tested for the virus in the early stages of the pandemic. And it was not until the 21st of April 2020 when it became mandatory for hospital patients to have 2 negative COVID-19 tests before being discharged, and for all new care home admissions to be isolated for a period of 14 days. There is data which shows that between the 1st of March and the 21st of April 2020, 82% of the 3,595 patients discharged from hospital to care homes were not tested, and 752 care homes took in untested patients between the 1st of March and the 21st of April 2020. So I hope that that summary contextualises my questions about this period. Can we turn to the report from Public Health Scotland, which is titled Discharges from NHS Scotland Hospitals to Care Homes between the 1st of March and the 31st of May 2020. This report is at INQ 000101020, and you'll see that the report is page 6 of the report. And you'll see that there is figure 1 on page 6 of the report. And you'll see that on the 13th of March, it says the first clinical guidance for care homes. And this is stated as being social distancing, essential visits only, accept admissions to the care home if safe, close the home if resident tests positive. So if we can explore some of these further. What was understood within the care home sector to have been meant by accept admissions to the care home if safe?
So before that development of that guidance, we had made representations, and you have evidence of my communications with Scottish Government, that based on a long period of distrust between particularly residential but also nursing care home providers, we needed a degree of assurance that what was meant by clinical assessment was sufficiently robust. Indeed, in our early meetings with our members online, we had stipulated that at this stage, our guidance was, and this remained the case, that providers should not admit new residents unless they were assured about the robustness of the clinical assessment. We challenged that that should include the testing of those being admitted, both from the community and from discharge from any setting, but particularly an acute and secondary care setting. There were reasons given to us as to why that was not possible, and instead the argument that was made by clinicians was that a robust clinical assessment should be sufficient to enable somebody to be admitted. On the one hand, hearing all that we were hearing about how important it was to keep flow happening and not to have our NHS hospitals collapse, we were cautious about being the sector which stopped that flow. But on the other hand, we were also extremely well aware, not least myself through my international connections and contacts, of what was happening in Italy and Spain and also in France, that the population most at risk was a population over the age of 80 with multiple comorbidities, and that tended to be a population that lived in Scotland's care homes. So we were balancing our knowledge that the population most at risk from this novel coronavirus was our population, whilst at the same time seeking robust assurance that if somebody was discharged from hospital, that we could be assured as we could be that that person was safe and was not coronavirus positive.
Before we go through the guidance in a bit more detail, I'm interested to find out more about what your experiences and understandings were at the time based on what you were seeing internationally. Are you able to explain that in more detail?
Yeah, I was a member and still am a member of the Global Ageing Network and also the Commonwealth Ageing Network, and we were in regular contact in February and into March, exchanging what was happening in different parts of Europe and more widely internationally. And it was known to anybody in the care sector that the population most at risk was our older population. And we were already, even in late February and certainly in early March, beginning to identify that the classic symptoms demonstrated as being COVID symptoms were not manifesting in the same way in a population which was particularly old and with multiple comorbidities. So added to the usual characteristics of fever and cough and flu-like symptoms, we were evidencing a loss of mobility, confusion, delirium, issues to do with continence, diarrhea and vomiting, which were more frequently being manifested as symptoms of the new coronavirus. So the international social care community was very aware, as we were in Scotland, that this was of significance to our sector, which is why Scottish Care became the first body in the UK and indeed, as far as I'm aware, in Europe, to issue our own guidance at the end of February for our members.
And looking at the guidance that was issued on the 13th of March, the guidance on the 13th of March refers to accept admission to the home if safe. Is the qualifier if safe, is that a clinical assessment that's being made?
So what is meant there is clinical assessment. I should say that we were disappointed with the process of the development of the guidance on the 13th March, and we've presented evidence and papers to the inquiry to that end. We found that there was a minimum level of engagement with Public Health Scotland, or HBS at this time, in the development of this guidance. And as was seen both here and the necessity to repeat that guidance, mainly as a result of our remonstrations later in the month, we found both here but also throughout the main stage of the pandemic the lack of engagement and professional respect from Public Health Scotland and its understanding of the social care sector and its unique situation, particularly in relation to infection prevention and control in care homes, to be wholly regrettable.
You've touched upon what you describe, I think, as limited engagement in respect to the guidance that came on the 13th of March. Is it correct that I think you were only consulted, is it on the 12th of March, about the draft guidance?
Yes. And given quite a tight time frame of a matter of hours to make comments. And not just in terms of admission, we made comment about the reality of how difficult it was to transfer a system of essentially infection prevention and control methodology developed for an acute sector such as a hospital into an environment such as a care home, particularly a residential, but including a nursing home, which was first and foremost somebody's home. And whilst in words, clinicians may have accepted, yes, we recognise this isn't a hospital, it's a care home and somebody's home. What that actually meant in terms of the freedom of movement, in terms of managing and supporting somebody living with later stage dementia, in terms of the importance of mobility and routine and ritual in living in your own home, was singularly failed to be understood, certainly at this juncture, but I would have, unfortunately, to say at several points during the pandemic.
We will come back to other points in the pandemic, but just so I'm clear, that Scottish Care had issued its own guidance as early as, is it late February?
I think from memory, the 24th of February.
And when it comes to the guidance that comes from from the Scottish Government and HPS. Scottish Care have an opportunity of mere hours to be able to comment on the guidance before it's published.
Yes.
If we're looking at the guidance again, there's a reference to social distancing. How easy is it to maintain social distancing in a care home?
I think only somebody or a group of people who had no experience of the reality of life in a care home would have put that there, to be honest. Care homes are busy, interactive environments where people are constantly moving around, gossiping, laughing, engaged in the lives of each other, moving into each other's spaces. And the idea that, particularly when you're supporting somebody with latter stage dementia, that you discourage contact, especially touch, from that person who may not understand is really far-fetched. So it became hugely problematic for care homes to keep social distancing, particularly in the lives of people with dementia. And it became really traumatic for residents in particular who were used to social interaction, who were used to spending time in communal space, whether that be watching telly, engaging in an activity, or just simply being with people. It became a massive challenge for most operators and providers to adhere to guidance which was not fit for purpose.
And looking at social distancing, and you've touched upon people with dementia, is it correct that many residents within care homes suffer from dementia?
So one of the challenges then and now, sadly, is that we don't have sufficient data to properly give an understanding of the number of people living with dementia in our care homes. But practitioners would argue that we're talking between 80 to 85%. The nature of care homes today, whether residential or nursing, is vastly different from what it was 10 years ago. Life expectancy is down at about 14 months compared to about 5 years ago, where life expectancy was 3 to 4 years. Very few people move into a care home unless they have underlying significant health conditions, and the majority of those have a neurological condition, and the majority of those, it is dementia.
Did care homes feel pressured? You've touched upon, I think, the pressures that care homes were feeling in terms of trying to help the NHS create capacity. Did care homes feel pressured to accept patients being transferred from hospitals? And if they did, why?
The answer is undeniable pressure, which was a pressure which some, even against their best judgments, felt that they could not but address. And that pressure came for many reasons. In Scotland, we have got something called the National Care Home Contract, which is a contract nationally between local government, through COSLA and care providers. It has very clear terms and conditions. 70% of those in a care home fall under the contract. It's paid for by the state. And one of those conditions is that a registered care home, as part of the contract, should not ordinarily refuse admission unless there were very clear clinical reasons not to do so. So there was that pressure from health and social care partnerships, who were themselves being pressured by the NHS secondary and acute sector to clear the hospitals and to make sure that people who were fit for discharge were able to be admitted into a care home. The other related pressure was the constant barrage in the popular media from politicians and others about how important it was that the social care sector came up to the plate, and that was the sector was able to keep the flow going and prepare us for what many considered to be a huge increase in cases. So there were multiple points of pressure, and many found it very difficult to resist that. That's the reason that we were arguing for robust testing and clinical assessment.
You've touched upon the pressure being felt by care homes. Jane Morrison of Scottish COVID Bereaved yesterday had said that many of the group's members had experience of family members in hospitals feeling pressured into being moved from hospitals into the care environment. Were you aware of similar concerns or pressures faced by patients and their family members?
Yeah, we were. And Moving into a care home is a major decision for anyone. It's in many senses a sense of bereavement and loss, a loss of a relationship, a home, a dynamic that an individual may have had. It's a process that has to be managed carefully. And care homes are really good at that. They are sensitive to the fact that the importance of choice, of the person having as much voice and control as is possible within their capacity, ability. So this is a process that has to be managed, and critical to that is that family and informal carers are closely involved in the transition from their own home or indeed from a hospital setting into a care home. All of that was cast aside in many instances, and individual care home managers and staff frequently in our contacts spoke about the fact that people were being railroaded, to use the term that one person used with me, to make a choice which was a very limited choice of that care home or no care home.
At this stage, on the 13th of March 2020, there was no need for a negative test before a patient was transferred from a hospital into a care home. In Scottish Care's statement, it is said that Scottish Care advocated from early March 2020 that there needed to be a robust clinical assessment, which you've touched upon, and testing of residents entering into the care home from both the community setting and also the acute NHS setting. Do you recall when, in March 2020, Scottish Care had come to the view that there needed to be testing of admissions coming into care home?
Very early, and indeed probably in late February, again because of what we were aware of internationally. And I have to place this into some sort of context. I talked earlier about a breakdown and a lack of relationship of trust, and there were many reasons for that. And, I appeared before the Scottish Parliament in its Health Committee a few weeks before and spoke about one of the major issues affecting social care provision was the feeling from social care providers that the priority in all instances, and this is before the pandemic, was being given to the NHS, and not least the issue of delayed discharge and the importance of what was called at the time bed blocking, and making sure that the flow continued, particularly during winter. So there had always been a pressure to make sure that hospitals were not quote-unquote blocked. In that context, many of our members reported to us a lack of trust in the hospital discharge process in normal times. And I've lost count of the instances of hearing from our members of people what used to be called the Friday night discharge. And that was to clear hospitals for the weekend. People was discharged late on a Friday afternoon, often without information being communicated to family, typically and not infrequently without appropriate medication, or at least scripts that were able to be taken to a pharmacy out of emergency hours, and in many instances with a lack of or insufficient case notes to enable that transfer to happen positively, both to the community and into care homes. That was the context. Now, in some parts of the country, discharged worked brilliantly, professionally, with a degree of mutual regard and professionalism. In other parts of the country, there was simply a lack of trust. Against that backdrop, we then had the new coronavirus being introduced. And we were very clear as an organisation, listening to our clinical colleagues out in the field, that they needed additional reassurance, and simply saying, we leave this to the professionalism of clinical assessment. I'm sorry, it didn't wash at the time. I communicated that to the Cabinet Secretary, and I indicated that what we wanted and needed was testing to evidence a negative test, which, with nothing else, could mean, and we appreciate that testing was for the moment, but it would mean a reduction in the potential period of isolation for an individual in a care home.
You refer to the Cabinet Secretary. That's a reference to Jean Freeman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've spoken about the context pre-pandemic and the tensions between the NHS and trying to have more rapid discharge of patients, and the issues around prioritisation of the NHS over the social care sector. Did the pandemic exacerbate all of those issues?
Absolutely. I'm on record as saying that the problems facing social care in January 2020 were still there but accentuated by July 2020. And one of those was the almost myopic political and media and public attention and focus on the NHS at all costs. And that really hit hard to many frontline social care staff, because even when the pandemic started and we had supermarkets giving priority to NHS staff and to key workers, many of our frontline staff were turned away, particularly by one supermarket who I won't name, because they weren't considered to be key workers. When we started to clap people on a Thursday night, that didn't include social care staff for the first 2 weeks. It was only afterwards that they were considered to be of value. The emphasis on protect the NHS everywhere you saw made social care staff feel, and certainly providers of care home and home care feel, as if, here we go again, we're of less significance and of less value.
And you've spoken about Scottish Care's position formed in late February into March around testing. When did Scottish Care start to push that position on the Scottish Government? Do you recall when?
Early March.
And social care was and is a devolved matter, as is public health. Yeah. So as far as you were concerned, did the responsibility for these important matters fall on the Scottish Government?
We recognise that there were some issues over which Scottish Government had a limited degree of control, such as PPE, such as finance, but we certainly perceived that decisions around discharge and testing, as far as capacity enabled, were matters for Scottish Government.
From your interactions with the Scottish Government around this time, was the guidance that we've spoken about on the 13th of March from it was Health Protection Scotland at the time that later on became Public Health Scotland, was that endorsed by the Scottish Government?
The 13th of
yes.
March guidance and all subsequent were endorsed by Scottish Government, yes.
It is also said in Scottish Care's statement that Scottish Care advocated that all individuals entering a care home should be treated as COVID positive and therefore barrier nursed for a period of 14 days. What is meant by treating all residents as COVID positive when entering a care home?
So, on the basis of what we've talked about, our lack of trust in the nature of clinical assessment at point of discharge, and in the absence of an agreement to undertake a test, we were encouraging our members to engage in barrier nursing, which is high-intensive infection control nursing. But bearing in mind that is only possible in care homes which are nursing care homes, rather than care homes which are residential care homes, who would neither have access to the relevant PPE or the skills to engage in barrier nursing. And even those care homes which were nursing care homes would have and did have a limited amount of supply to enable them to barrier nurse. It's not that care homes, particularly nursing care homes, were not used to infectious disease, very experienced with norovirus, very experienced with flu. But the nature of this novel, new virus, meant, A, that there was a lack of understanding within the sector, as there was across the health and social care sector, about what was needed in terms of nursing somebody, but certainly the principles of barrier nursing are about isolation, high levels of infection and control management. But they are, again, to reiterate, extremely difficult to undertake in an environment where you are working with people with dementia and where you, as became very clear in the pandemic, have real constraints upon staffing.
So in practical terms, many of your members would not have been able to barrier nurse residents, is that correct?
They wouldn't have been able to barrier nurse the majority of residents, no.
In Scottish Care's statement, it is also said that from March 2020, Scottish Care advocated that priority be given for testing to care home staff and those providing care at home, even in the context at that time of the very limited testing capacity that existed. Why did Scottish Care think that this group should be prioritised for testing in the early weeks of the pandemic?
Our overarching concern, and again I articulated this at the time, was that we recognised that our population were the most at risk from this novel coronavirus, and that even accepting an environment where there was a restricted number of tests available, that instead of, in addition to a focus on the NHS, we should also be focusing on social care settings. First of all, on the residents in those settings. Secondly, on staff, especially in homes where there had been cases, because for a considerable period, it was only after 5 positive introduced. So we wanted to get ahead of the game by using the limited number of tests that we had available to engage in preventative testing so that we could monitor not just after an outbreak, but before an outbreak happened. And we argued with those who would listen that as well as utilising tests in a clinical acute NHS setting where practice around infection prevention and control should have been more regular and advanced, though admittedly the range of nosocomial infections might question that priority needed to be given to social care. But in an environment where the whole concentration was in secondary and acute NHS, that aspiration came to nothing.
In the context of testing for staff, Scottish Care say in its statement that that staff working in care homes were likely to pose the greatest risks to those being supported in care settings. Why would you say that?
Because the majority of residents in the care home weren't going anywhere. They were a static population. The population which was moving was staff coming from their own homes, living in communities. And we very clearly and quickly mapped that in communities where there were high levels of incidence of the virus, then not surprisingly there was greater risk and occurrence of outbreaks within care home communities because people live in communities. And whilst there were some care homes where staff literally left their families for a month or 6 weeks to move into the care home to literally pull up the drawbridge, those were the exception. And what was happening was an ingress of staff from community into an environment where individuals were at greatest risk. So that's one of the reasons why we said it's really important that we start to test staff in a preventative manner. And fortunately, in many instances, what happened was that we started to use tests after an outbreak occurred.
Could you speak a little more slowly, Dr. Macaskill?
Sorry, apologies.
That's all right. I have the same failing, so we're in the same club.
If we consider then staff, so we've spoken a little bit about staff who are working in care homes. What about staff who are providing services for those in their own homes? Would these types of employees be moving around multiple homes over the course of a day?
Absolutely. And whilst there was a challenge, and we've already the inquiry has already heard of the virtual overnight withdrawal of support for individuals in their own home, services which did continue meant that staff were, on a typical day visiting 12 up to 20 individuals. So that was different households engaging in different levels of care and support, but at this stage, almost certainly personal care and intimate care and support. The care at home workforce, I remember using the phrase, they are the forgotten front line in late April, early May, because all the focus had been placed on care homes, both in terms of testing and other intervention, including PPE. And this workforce, who are significantly larger than the workforce in care homes, had largely been forgotten.
So in terms of your perception of prioritisation, you've got the NHS that was being prioritised, and then you've got care homes, but then below that is those that are people that are being cared for at home.
Absolutely.
Now, what was the impact on the workforce in the care sector of staff not being prioritised for testing?
I think, and I've been looking at some of our early video webinars. I think it's really difficult for those of us for whom this has been our world for the last 2 or 3 years to forget the sheer terror and fear felt by frontline staff in care homes and going out to visit people in their own home. Nobody had the depth of knowledge that was needed to give assurance to people about how you contracted this disease, what the risks were to yourself, and the palpable fear that individuals felt in working for care was extremely high. And it's to their credit that individuals continued to get up in the morning, leave their families and go out to care homes and to other people's homes. In that context, I think there was a sense of despair and there was a degree of resignation. Well, of course they're going to prioritise the NHS because that's what they were experiencing. But there was also a growing sense of anger that why should we be putting ourselves at risk without the level of protection which we as experienced professional clinical staff in care homes and in communities know, even if we're not employed by the NHS.
In the absence of that workforce being prioritised for tests, did that lead to staff having to self-isolate and taking longer absences from work if they came into contact with somebody that was COVID positive? And if so, what impact did that have on the care home being able to deliver the services to its residents?
One of our arguments for extending testing and for that to include staff was also for it to include staff who had to self-isolate because a family member or they had been in contact with an individual. In early April in particular, we were at a point at which we were facing a very real risk of collapse of our workforce, with more and more individuals having to isolate as the virus became more prominent and prevalent in the community, and introducing testing, which eventually did occur, to enable staff to return to work earlier, safe in the knowledge that they weren't at that time positive, would have made an immense difference at a time of real criticality.
At this time of real criticality, where there is reduced workforce because people are having to self-isolate, what impact did that have on the residents in care homes?
It had a profound impact. We advised our members to lock down on the 12th of March. So that was the day before the guidance came out, and it was a couple of weeks before national lockdown. So care homes were used to lockdowns, not least for norovirus, but they were time limited and they were proportionate to the risk which was occurring. By the time that we'd got to April, a number of us were already beginning to ask the question about what impact of a long lockdown, what was that going to be? Yes, we were keeping people safe, and I remember writing this. Life is not just the ability to draw breath in and out, it's also the relationships, the purpose that you have in continuing to live. And we were hearing from frontline staff as early as April in 2020, that people were turning their face to the wall, that they were losing a sense of desire to continue. They were losing a sense of purpose because they didn't have contact with their family and they didn't have contact with their wider community. The burden of that upon staff who were depleted in number, who were having to manage COVID risk, who were having to manage under a guidance system and an infection prevention and control methodology which was not fit for a social care environment, was massive, when most of them would have wanted to spend time with individuals who, unlike the patient in an acute setting who the staff is unlikely to know, these were people who were known to staff, in some instances, for many years, and they could see that deterioration right in front of their eyes.
And were you raising these issues directly with the Scottish Government in March 2020?
The issue of deterioration and decline, so we thought it entirely appropriate that lockdown happened for a period of time because that had been the pattern of behaviour, and we felt that it was a legitimate action to achieve an end, which was to keep people safe. As April came and as April began to move forwards with no indication except actually a worsening of the disease, a number of us, and I said, I wrote articles, I appeared in the media, I engaged with a number of individuals at government about we need to start thinking about ways in which we can manage the pandemic without the level of restrictions on social interaction and engagement. But instead, what we got later on was the establishment of a clinical approach to care homes, which turned them into clinical environments.
We will come back to issues from about May 2020. I want to focus on the initial phase in March leading up to the 21st of April, where the guidance on testing was changed. The inquiry understands that you had a meeting with Jean Freeman, who was the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care, on the 18th of March 2020 to discuss issues relating to the care sector. Was your broad position at the time that the existing guidance, which had been issued by, at the time, HPS on the 13th of March, was not fit for purpose?
At that meeting, we had after the 13th already, 2 meetings of our members where over 250 members attended virtually. And we were being told, and we communicated this to the CMO's office and to others, and indeed that communication led to a change in the guidance the following week, that it simply wasn't working, that we needed a degree of more robust clinical assessment at point of admission, that we needed a sensitivity to the implementation of infection prevention and control, that we needed to have a bit of a reality check about how reasonable it was to expect somebody living with dementia to remain in their own room and not to use public environments and not to move around. So there were a whole list of areas which we had a special concern over. But one of the predominant ones was in relation to admission and testing, which is the subject of a considerable amount of the conversation with Ms. Freeman.
Can we look at the briefing paper that was prepared for Ms. Freeman in advance of her meeting with you?
Yep.
This briefing paper is at INQ 000261341. And you'll see that it says at the top, briefing for Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport, and it says meeting with Scottish Care on the Wednesday, the 18th of March, and the meeting is at 1:30 in the Scottish Parliament. Can we look at page 2? And under the heading testing, here it says, and this is by reference, they is Scottish Care, they have concerns regarding the current testing arrangements and would like people tested before they are discharged from hospital to care homes so that care homes feel confident in accepting admissions from hospitals, and testing for frontline social care staff in order to avoid 14-day isolation periods to enable them to return quickly to work. And thereafter, this is then the briefing paper for Ms. Freeman. It's telling her what lines to take. And it says, testing for people is currently being triaged into 4 different categories in the following order. 1, patients needing critical care ventilated. 2, admissions to hospitals with pneumonia, influenza-like illness, or acute respiratory distress syndrome. 3, clusters of outbreaks, such as in care homes. And 4, if there is capacity, testing of staff. And then bullet point number 2, testing for staff. Currently, neither health or social care staff are being tested unless they fall under categories 1 or 2. This is mainly due to testing capacity issues with laboratories. However, the policy of testing staff may change. So at this meeting, I think you say that the focus of the meeting was around the admission criteria. Did you explain the sorts of issues you've raised with me today to Ms. Freeman at the meeting with her on the 18th of March?
Yes, and as you will have seen from the note, they were expecting the line that I've addressed to you today, which is the lack of trust and then desire to have a more robust process of testing to give clinical assurance.
What was her response?
As far as I can recall, Ms Freeman's response was as stated in the lines to be adopted, which was that there was insufficient numbers of tests available and that priority would be given to those who were being admitted to hospital who may have manifested pneumonic or other respiratory conditions, and that where there was a cluster in the care home. I remember saying, you know, that's a bit like bolting the door after the horse has bolted, that yes, we need to know if there is an outbreak in a care home and how many individuals may have the virus as a result, and how many staff, though that wasn't considered for testing in that regard in that time. We wanted to get ahead of the game, and I go back to what I said earlier. It wasn't that we were saying don't use what tests you have available for the NHS, but begin at least to start thinking about the relative priority which you need to give to social care. And I remember saying at the time that, you know, the lack of the engagement of social care operators in pandemic planning in all the exercises which we and the inquiry knows about is illustrative of the fact that if social care operators are not there, and not just social care policymakers, if social care operators are not there at the table, then clinical care decisions are going to be misplaced, as is evidenced in this regard.
Do you think she appreciated or understood the gravity of the situation that you were telling her in the early weeks of March leading up to this meeting on the 18th of March?
I've absolutely no doubt that Ms Freeman appreciated that what I was telling her was what I believed and what was being communicated to me by our members. I had frequent meetings with Ms Freeman, and I think she would probably agree that we did not always agree. We had often robust exchanges, but both of us sought to be constructive and positive in moving things forward. I understood and understand the emphasis on the NHS from her perspective, but I have to say at the time, as is evidenced here, but also subsequently, I do call into question the prioritisation of the acute and secondary NHS with the limited degree of resource available at the expense of the social care sector and those who it supported.
On the same day that you met with Ms Freeman, the inquiry has seen a paper that was prepared by Derek Grieve from the Health and Social Care Directorate of the Scottish Government for Ms Sturgeon and Ms Freeman. So this is a paper that's dated the 18th of March 2020, and it's at INQ 000222973. And you'll see that on page 1, at the very top, it says that this is a paper that's addressed to the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport and the First Minister, and it's titled COVID-19 Testing and Surveillance. And its purpose is, at paragraph 1, to provide initial advice on our approach to COVID-19 testing and monitoring following the decision to move from containment to delay in response to the outbreak. Can we turn to page 2? And I want to look at paragraph 11. And if I may read, if our aim is ultimately to contribute to saving lives, then we will not be able to limit testing to hospitals. A substantial proportion of those who are likely to be infected by the virus will remain in a community setting, in particular care homes. Colleagues in HPS are currently modelling this demand. What we know is that there are 35,989 residents in 1,142 care homes. Testing a significant proportion or all of these residents would significantly exceed the available capacity in laboratories. So you'll see that the advice that was being given on the 18th of March to Ms Sturgeon and Ms Freeman is that the testing arrangements would need to be expanded to save lives, and that care home residents are identified as being those particularly at risk. There is also a reference, you see, to colleagues in HPS currently modelling this demand. Do you know what the issues were around modelling of care homes?
In relation to that specific section, I don't know what the issue for colleagues at HPS would have been, but as you have, I think, heard at different points during the inquiry, the issue of data in care homes has been a long-lasting issue of concern, and the availability of social care data, and very much, predates the 2020 pandemic. I sat in many rooms talking about the data gaps which existed in social care, but that gap was itself the result of a myopic concentration and data in the NHS, and particularly around delayed discharge. Had we given as much resource to developing data sets and supporting the social care sector to give and develop data, then we would have had more understanding. But actually, in this regard and with regards to testing, I'm not at all convinced, having seen some of the other written evidence statements from other parties, that it was just an issue around availability. And whilst Ms Freeman makes that statement very clearly in her own written statement that we didn't have sufficient tests, I note in the statement from Ms Sturgeon evidence from the CMO at the time of a resistance to using testing per se, because there was a danger of it creating a false positive, and indeed that it wouldn't assist the clinical management of an individual in a care home whether or not you knew that they were positive. I'm paraphrasing that. So I do wonder, and I think it's something that we need to ask, whether or not there were clinical resistance to undertaking testing within a care home environment, or indeed any environment. From our perspective, we were very clear. Testing wasn't a panacea, but it was an additional tool to give assurance, to help individual residents in a care home reduce the risk of being isolated for long periods of time, and to enable staff to return to work as quickly as possible.
You've referred to other evidence that you've seen, and I think that's a reference to witness statements that you've seen within this module. But in the context of what you were being told at the time, and we've seen the lines that Ms Freeman was given to take in her meeting with you, was the absence of testing in care homes for residents that were being discharged from hospital into care homes, was the reason the absence or lack of testing capacity?
Ms Freeman indicated at the meeting that lack of capacity was the main reason, but around that at the time there was a clinical discussion around the effectiveness of testing and the risks attached to it.
And if we look at what is being said in the paper, what is being mentioned is that there are nearly 36,000 residents, and it's in that context it says testing a significant proportion or all of these residents would significantly exceed the available capacity. But what is not being said here, as far as I can see, is there being some analysis of one of the positions that Scottish Care had advanced, which was we ought to be prioritising testing of those that were coming from hospitals into the care homes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we now have seen from later data that was published by PHS, this is a report from October 2020, that between the 1st of March and the 21st of April 2020, 82% of the 3,595 patients discharged from hospitals to care homes were not tested. Therefore, in the context of trying to prioritise those people for testing, one would have perhaps only required a much smaller number of tests than the 36,000 plus that is being discussed in this briefing paper. Is that right?
That would be right.
Whilst the data from PHS around the number of discharges from hospitals into care homes of people that were untested only came out in October 2020, would Scottish Care have been able to assist the Scottish Government if the Scottish Government had come to Scottish Care and said, can you give us a broad estimate of the number of admissions that are happening from hospitals into the care homes over this rough period?
We would technically have had the ability to do so by asking our members, we probably wouldn't have had the capacity as a small organisation to engage in that exercise. But local health and social care partnerships could have gained that information from providers.
So it might have been that whilst one needn't wait till October 2020 to at least get a rough ballpark figure in March 2020 if one is looking for smaller testing capacity for that limited group of people being admitted from care homes from hospitals into care homes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. So if what lies behind is the assertion that could we have, from the limited capacity that we were told, have prioritised those being admitted into care homes, could we have used those tests, then the numbers certainly say yes. Our argument was that the lives of those moving into care homes, but also those who are residents and staff in care homes, should have had as equal a priority as those working in NHS settings. You
have provided documents, or before I turn to documents, there was some evidence yesterday from Roger Halliday and Scott Heald that data relating to the number of people going between care homes and hospitals and the number of people entering care homes from the community was not available at the time. Is it your position that whilst the exact numbers might not be available at the time, that there would be a way, such as contacting your organisation so that you then connect the Scottish Government to some of your members, where one can get a ballpark figure if needs be?
It would have been very difficult, particularly in the midst of an emergency situation as we were in at this time, for that exercise to be carried out. One of the continual issues facing the care sector, both in care homes and in home care, is the lack of robust data and very little overarching data analysis work has been undertaken. So we could have asked the question whether there would have been an ability to respond at local level at the time would have been challenging. And no data was developed, what became known as the tourists platform. That was during a relatively early stage of the pandemic, in order to give the whole system the information that it needed.
But would Scottish Care or your members be able to at least provide the Scottish Government some ballpark that maybe 3,000 tests are needed, not necessarily the 36,000 tests?
Nobody came to us to say or ask how many tests do you think would be needed in order to enable admission to care homes from either the acute sector or, importantly, from the community, because there continue to be needs in the community of people who weren't able to live independently. And lockdown, we often forget, impacted on the ability of families to care for individuals, especially with geographical distance. So there was a demand from the community to move into care homes as much as there was from hospitals.
Where some of the evidence inquiries heard is that sort of data was lacking. And if you're put yourself in the position of the Scottish Government in March 2020, would an obvious source of trying to at least establish what that figure might be, would it not be contacting Scottish Care, considering there was already direct lines of communication?
That could have been a means of communication, but equally, if I was running the health department, I would contact the hospitals who were discharging individuals into the community, because they have very robust data at point of discharge and had spent years developing that whole framework because of as I said earlier, the concentration and focus on hospital discharge. So they would have evidence of where people were moving to, which is the evidence that Public Health Scotland later used.
And that would have been evidence that would have been available in March 2020 had somebody sought to try and explore it, or at least estimate what the numbers might be.
I don't think it's beyond the realms of very practical possibility for that data to have been gathered in very short order.
You've provided some documents of the inquiry which show the type of issues that your members were raising with you around this time. Can we look at an email that Scottish Care received on the 25th of March 2020? This email is at INQ000249952. The subject heading of the email is admission criteria for care homes. And if we can look at this second email, and it's addressed, it's sent to your organisation from one of your members, and it reads, "Hi Karen and hi Donald," and I understand, is Donald a reference to you?
It is.
And if I can read from the second paragraph, it says, "The sector needs much clearer admissions guidance and policy from central government, Care Inspectorate, on how we admit residents. What we have at present is dangerous. I appreciate the NHS is at breaking point. We are there 100% to help. But we have a duty of care to our staff and residents, and we are breaking so many codes by being forced to take in admissions the way we are when it's not safe, and breaking so many codes by refusing as well. Dreadful dilemma." So your member here accepts that there is a focus on creating capacity for the NHS, and that care homes are part of assisting in that strategy. Your member says we're there 100% to help. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that sentiment articulates very clearly and succinctly what was being said by dozens, hundreds of our members. They were caught between the stirrup and the ground.
Can you describe what the dreadful dilemma was facing care homes at this time in March?
I think the dreadful dilemma goes to what I said earlier, which was we needed guidance which gave us robust assurance that as much as possible, in the constraints of a new virus, that people entering the care home as new residents or as returning residents were COVID-free and as safe as possible. And the other side of that dilemma was the desire to support the NHS when there was the perception that the NHS could be overtaken by the rise in the number of cases. And the dilemma faced by many managers and staff at local level was, how do you keep people who are existing residents and staff safe, and at the same time recognise that if somebody's fit for discharge, a hospital is certainly not where they want to be, and they should be discharged either home to the care home or into the care home for the first time. So how do you balance both of those, whilst at the end of the sentence recognising that there were pressures because of contractual pressures and existing relationships with health and social care partners, not to break, in this case, the National Care Home contract.
Is that what the reference to breaking codes means?
Yeah.
If we read on, Scottish Care needs to sort at least guidance for homes, in my view, and be much more specific and proactive to ensure our sector is acting as correctly and professionally as we can at this unprecedented time. There's multiple things we could do to make it at least safer. The NHS SW policy seems to be NHS needs the beds, so you're taking them. Worrying way to work. So desperately flawed, and I don't like to be emotive, but a disaster waiting to happen is probably a balanced phrase to use. A few worrying points. Here's what we seem to be getting told. As long as you keep them isolated in their bedrooms for 7 days. There's too many flaws to list regarding this, so I'm not going to start. But just one is no care homes have dedicated staff in dedicated isolation or separation areas. So if we pause there, for whom was there a 7-day isolation requirement? Was this positive patients?
So the guidance, both the 13th and the later guidance, indicated that individuals should be isolated for a period of 7 days, because at that time the sense was that the virus would manifest itself within a 7-day period. And if somebody was not positive at the end of that 7-day period, then they were safe to move around and engage in other activity. So the recommendation in the guidance, and certainly our recommendation, was that if you cannot be sure about the status of an individual, and that means if you can't do a COVID test, then you should, as far as possible, isolate that person for 7 days, and ideally barrier nurse that person, but I've already talked about the impracticalities and the availability of staff and resourcing like PPE to enable that to happen on a wide scale.
If we read on in this email, it says cross-infection rates of COVID-19 is very high in prepared, well-trained ICU units and hospital units, never mind a communal care home of 50-plus beds. Then, as long as staff wear appropriate PPE. That's not possible. No care home has the appropriate equipment. None. A low-grade face mask, a plastic apron and a pair of latex gloves is not the appropriate equipment for barrier nursing a potential carrier transferred from a high-risk area in the middle of a deadly, highly contagious pandemic by a care assistant with no training in high-risk infectious diseases in a care home not equipped or designed as such. Tell your staff to follow barrier nursing infection control isolation good practices. I have friends who are doctors, intensive care staff, anaesthetists, nurse lecturers who are as trained as anyone in the very short time anyone has had, and have at least had some training previously for such events, and they feel exposed and underprepared in their PPE management and practice with better equipment. Many are frightened by this disease and its potential for spread, never mind an army of care home carers and elderly care and dementia staff. So is a point here that infection control measures that might be appropriate in an acute setting just aren't going to work in a care home?
Yes. And it's the sort of the issues that I've reflected earlier about, a containable infectious unit in a hospital is easy, in inverted commas, to manage, to curtail. But when you're talking about an environment with free flow of individuals, with individuals who might remember for a minute what you've said to them, but then will forget why they shouldn't touch that, or why they shouldn't go and speak to somebody, or why they shouldn't go into that room, it becomes really difficult. And I think what the writer is indicating is that with this new virus, even those who were very skilled and experienced in infection control and management were really anxious and worried, that fear I spoke about earlier. And even they struggled in such an environment. So why did we expect an under-resourced, an understaffed social care sector to be able to step up to the plate when the NHS wanted to clear its decks?
And part of that, in your witness statement, you explained for the cause of this guidance, I think you described Public Health Scotland as being distant and detached from the care sector during the pandemic and not appreciating the practical requirements of the sector. Is guidance such as this the manifestation of Public Health Scotland not understanding, in your words, the care sector?
I think this was the beginning of an evidence that HPS and then Public Health Scotland didn't fully understand the unique particularities of delivering social care. They clearly understood acute and secondary care settings, but at various points, what I began to call an IPC fundamentalism failed to appreciate that a care home, or indeed a person's own home, was not equivalent to or the same as an acute sector. And that perhaps was enshrined in an example which I frequently heard when the process of inspections and scrutiny using these IPC standards began in the care home sector, and when the care home sector was literally hung out to dry on failing to achieve these standards, where a common complaint would be that in an individual resident's care home, especially a resident living with dementia, articles of significance, of memory, items which are important to them, were often described as quote-unquote clutter, which risk infection and should be removed. So care staff were told by IPC specialists, get rid of that stuff. And yet these objects were intrinsic markers of identity for that person. They were things that rooted them to their self, to their family and their story. And yet they became, for IPC specialists, objects which were a risk of infection. I think we failed to balance the rights, the individuality of individual care home residents in guidance which was developed by people who had no contextual understanding and, to be blunt, showed no interest in gaining that understanding from people like myself and other practitioners, that guidance treated people as a group, as a blanket entity, instead of the individuals with rights and autonomy which they deserve to be treated as.
We may have time to come back to that, but I want to finish with this email. If we can read on the next section. It says, also the position of if a resident gets COVID-19, they stay in the home until they recover or die is again a real worry. How does that work with the main aim of protecting our elderly and most vulnerable? It may meet the other aim of protect the NHS, but it doesn't meet the first one. Again, surely there's a better way. And that's a matter that's touched upon in Scottish Care's statement. It says that the guidance that was published on the 13th of March caused confusion within the care sector, which led to the belief that individual residents who were COVID-19 positive should not be transferred to hospitals. And I think in the statement there's a reference to a presumption of a blanket ban on care homes transferring residents who had tested positive to hospitals. Can you explain why care homes had come to believe that there was a form of blanket ban on transferring residents into hospital?
They arrived at that belief because it was their experience in numerous instances of attempting to gain access to a hospital or indeed to a GP to enable an admission to hospital. They developed very quickly after the 13th of March guidance was produced until later on in the month, where significantly following our demonstrations and from work that we did with our clinical colleagues, there was the presumption that if an individual contracted COVID in a care home, then they should be supported and enabled in the care home and should not be transferred out of the care home. Now, in many instances, I'm not denying that for many individuals, that was the right clinical decision to support an individual, often with palliation, to enable the end of their life in a supportive and dignified manner as possible. But the presumption that that should be the result and the end decision and clinical assessment for all is simply wrong. And at the same time, I was commenting publicly about the draft ethical framework which was developed by the CMO at the time, which had used age as a proxy for decision-making should we get to a situation where there were limits on resources available for clinical intervention. And that existence of an age proxy, age discrimination, was evidenced, I believe, in the presumption that if somebody developed a condition such as dementia in a care home, they should not ordinarily be transferred to hospital. And it wasn't just COVID. It wasn't just COVID that was preventing somebody being transferred. It was other conditions where ordinarily they might have been transferred because of the desire to make sure the NHS acute and secondary setting was as clear as possible. And I have absolutely no doubt that individuals whose lives could have been saved were not saved because of the nature of that uncertainty caused by this guidance.
My lady, would this be an opportune time to pause?
How much longer do you think you have?
I was planning on being maybe around 15 more minutes. 15.
Okay, and I think there's one question from Ms Mitchell.
Yes.
Very well, we shall break now and I shall return at 3:05. Mr. Tarek.
Obliged, my lady. Are we able to go back to the email that was on screen? That, if you recall, Dr. Macaskill, we were looking at this email. If I can read on from the paragraph that begins, I don't have a problem taking residence. I absolutely have a problem with how this is being forced on us and implemented. It's so flawed, I don't know where to start. The horse may well have bolted on this, though, for some or many care homes and their staff and residents, but surely can find. We surely can find a better way from now. Your member in this email has described the admission criteria for care homes in March 2020 as a disaster waiting to happen. Do you agree with your member's sentiments?
I think he was reflective of the views of many people that the lack of robustness in those guidance, the prioritisation of the NHS, the presumption that people should not be transferred to hospitals, the level of presumption around what it was like to manage somebody in a care home, and IPC fundamentalism. I think he was absolutely right, yes.
So you would share, as at March 2020, being able, with all the experience and knowledge that you've had, including seeing what was happening around the world, your view was that this was potentially a disaster waiting to happen?
Our view was, without the issues I've talked about today, and to a certain extent that began to be sorted by the end of March with the additional guidance, we got closer to a set of guidance which was more appropriate. Unfortunately, what we then saw was a period of scrutiny and inspection and implementation of guidance which was just as insensitive to the context of a care home as some of the guidance.
There was, between your meeting with Jean Freeman on the 18th of March, the 13th of March, 18th of March. So between your meeting with Jean Freeman on the 18th of March and the change of guidance on the 21st of April, there was 34 days. And at 34 days that it took from Jean Freeman's meeting with you to the Scottish Government's guidance and the PHS guidance coming to the position that had been suggested by you, which was testing of admission into care homes. Why were there, as far as to the best of your knowledge, why was there this delay of 34 days between Scottish Care meeting with Ms Freeman and the guidance being updated to reflecting the position that Scottish Care were advocating for?
I'm not in a position to answer that, but all I can say is that we continued to make overtures during that period.
And as we know, on the 21st of April, Ms Freeman announced that COVID-19 patients discharged to care homes should have 2 negative tests before discharge, and all new admissions should be tested and isolated for 14 days on arrival in the care home. What were you being told about the rationale now, on the 21st of April, for having 2 negative tests?
The primary reason given to us was the argument that there was sufficiency of testing availability.
And what was the impact on residents of Scottish Government delaying till the 21st of April before being in a position to introduce this guidance?
All I can say is, from the perspective of our members and what we were hearing from frontline staff, was an absolute conviction on their part that unnecessarily people died during that period of time. And I'm very aware of Public Health Scotland's statistical minimum assessment of discharge impact. But as I said when that report came out, statistics tell one story. But if you go and speak to the women and men who worked in care homes, they will tell you a very different story.
We know that beyond the 21st of April 2020, there were still issues that were arising in relation to discharge of patients from hospitals into care homes. What were those issues that existed after the guidance had been updated?
Regrettably, there were instances where it became clear that assurances that the policy was being implemented were not upheld and people were discharged, as they had been before, without robust clinical assessment, without testing or being tested at an inappropriate time. You know, for instance, there was examples of people being tested when they went into hospital, but not at the point of discharge. So, and both into the community and into care homes. So by no means, despite a very clear ministerial lead, did clinicians and practitioners in the acute and secondary sector follow the rules at all times.
I now want to turn to another issue that you've touched upon, which is around visitor restrictions in care homes. And we know that care home residents were subject to quite severe restrictions for many months, including bans on visits, being unable to leave the home, being cared for primarily in their room. What was the impact of these restrictions on the health and well-being of residents?
It was profound. It's difficult to imagine that level of restriction happening to any of us, but when it happens to somebody with limited or fluctuating cognitive ability, it was deeply traumatic for them. I would also say it was deeply traumatic for staff who quite frequently used phrases like, we felt as if we were wardens. Previous to the pandemic, you could count on two hands the number of incidents of complaints around visiting and around access between family members and care homes. And yet, instantly, over a period of time, care home staff were put in an invidious position of keeping people apart who they knew wanted to be together. And they had to do so by following guidance, but they also had to do so because of fear of the violence and fear of any repercussions that might follow as a result of them appearing to breach the guidance. So it was an invidious position for staff, but much more traumatically, it was a devastating experience for residents, their families, and it undoubtedly caused a harm which, whilst it may not have been brought about by the virus, was certainly brought about by the protective measures.
In Scottish Care's statement, it is said that as early as April 2020, Scottish Care made representation to the Scottish Government that the restrictions on visiting to care homes was disproportionate, that was failing to meet the pastoral needs of individuals and having a traumatic effect on residents and families. It is also said that Scottish Care called on the Scottish Government to adopt a human rights-based approach to visiting in care homes. We've heard some evidence this morning about a human rights-based approach in the language of the Scottish Government's policies. What do you mean by calling on the Scottish Government to adopt a human rights-based approach on this issue?
You will be aware that previous to the role I undertook at Scottish Care, I ran a human rights consultancy for nearly a decade and a half. So I was very aware of what a human rights-based approach should be, and indeed had recently lectured on the difference between the rhetoric of human rights and the reality of implementation. So for me, very clearly, in terms of visiting restriction, one demand which we made, which was never listened to, was the necessity of upholding and undertaking a human rights-based assessment. That did not happen on the visiting restrictions. But the principles of human rights best practice, of enabling voice, of ensuring participation, of treating each individual on their own, or in their own right, of ensuring that no harms resulted in terms of Article 3, but also Article 8 in terms of the right to family life, the balancing of appropriate privacy. We continually said we needed to adopt a human rights-based approach which does not treat care home residents as this amorphous group, but addresses the particularity of each individual. Care homes spend most of their time talking about and engaging in person-led or person-centred care and support. Overnight, that was thrown out because of the constraints put upon frontline staff and providers of care.
So is it your position that in respect of visiting restrictions, the Scottish Government hadn't adopted a human rights-based approach during much of 2020?
That is my conviction.
What was, in the absence of a human rights-based approach, what was the main driver for the Scottish Government in respect to the policies and guidance around visiting restrictions?
Risk aversion. and an inappropriate balancing of what was acceptable. Now, I know that in a shared environment, in a congregated living environment, you have to balance the desires of one individual over and against another. Care homes are really good at doing that. They recognise that there is always a dynamic of give and take in any context. If there had been sufficient trust and regard to the professionalism of frontline care staff and clinical staff in the care sector, if that had been heard and listened to at all periods of the pandemic, then I'm quite convinced that we would have withdrawn visiting restrictions much earlier. And I reached a point of personal despair, having drawn up guidance to enable the freeing up of visiting. After drawing those up, it took over 6 weeks before they began to begin to be considered. We took too long, and as a result, we limited the lives of people.
Was this guidance, draft guidance, that you'd prepared to assist the Scottish Government and PHS around visiting restrictions?
The draft guidance was developed as part of the clinical and professional advisory group, and myself and 3 others contributed to the first stage of draft, but all of us despaired about the length of time it took to turn that guidance into reality. As many in the care home sector and wider care felt that when the rest of society was opening up, care homes were still being closed down.
We know that visitor restrictions were eased in autumn 2020, but the guidance and outbreaks meant that many residents still faced severe restrictions for many weeks. Do you consider that the Scottish Government's approach in this issue in late 2020, going into 2021 and 2022, did it move towards considering properly the human rights of the residents and their families?
No, it did not.
Why would you say that the Scottish Government didn't move to a human rights-based approach later on in the pandemic?
I think the fear of repeating the trauma of the spring and of there being a resultant increase in death as a result of not tightly managing a care environment was an overriding concern. And ultimately, as people kept saying to me, can we live our lives rather than exist in an imprisoned environment, which was a sentiment expressed by staff as much as it was by family residents and carers.
I now want to move to a separate topic, and something that you've touched upon several times already, and that's around inspections, oversight and investigations. On the 21st of April, 21st of April 2020, Ms Freeman announced that NHS Directors of Public Health were required to take enhanced leadership for care homes. Multidisciplinary care and professional oversight teams were convened. And Scottish Care says in its witness statement that in addition to inspections from the care inspectorates, care homes were being inspected or visited by oversight teams and by Health Improvement Scotland. What was the impact on care homes of this increased regulatory oversight and inspection during the pandemic?
Profoundly negative, and we developed a report to indicate that. It is very rare in an emergency for significant change and improvement to occur when those carrying out those inspections and scrutiny are not respected, have no professional regard and don't understand the context in which they were inspecting. And that was the experience of having NHS practitioners assessing the validity or otherwise of IPC measures in a social care environment.
And what impact did this increased regulatory requirements and inspections have on care home residents?
In a sense, it perpetuated and continued a practice of what I call the clinicalisation of care settings. inevitably, in order to comply with a scrutiny approach which was much more clinical, much more medical in nature, care homes had to change their practice. Otherwise, they would lose their registration. And a number of us at the time spoke about the fact that new standards and frameworks were introduced virtually overnight with minimal consultation, absolutely no training, learning and development resource on the part of staff knowledge and awareness. And suddenly care homes were expected to be able to adhere to standards which A, they disagreed with and still significantly today disagree with, and B, over which they had no control. And that resulted in a real sense of deprofessionalising individuals working in care homes.
We also know that in May 2020, the Crown Office initiated a process of reporting an investigation of deaths that were occurring in care homes. And it is said within Scottish Care's statement that this caused considerable trauma within the care home sector. What was the impact on the Crown Office investigations on care homes? What was the impact on care homes and care home staff?
So the impact on care homes of an investigation that was solely directed at the care sector was increased risk aversion because of the fear of being prosecuted for criminal action if they were seen to be in breach of any of the regulations, whether it be on visiting, whether it be on IPC or on any other area. The impact on staff was profoundly damaging, and I would have to say of the whole pandemic experience, this has been a lasting damage because it's still ongoing. I know of hundreds of individuals who have communicated with me about the mental distress and upset that they have experienced. I know of dozens who have left the sector solely as a result of the investigations of the Crown Office because a whole sector has been held up as being culpable for actions only in Scotland, in no other administration that I am aware of in the UK or internationally. Yes, it's appropriate that the public are assured of best practice and that everything is done. But in order to achieve that, the holding up of every single worker in every single care home as potentially culpable has been emotionally and psychologically hugely damaging.
My lady, that concludes my questions. There is a question from Ms Mitchell on behalf of Scottish COVID Bereaved.
Ms Mitchell.
I'm obliged. And indeed obliged to my learned friend, Mr Tarrick, who has posed many of the questions that the Scottish COVID Bereaved wish to be placed to this witness. You've already touched upon one of the questions I really want to ask, so it's just to explore it with you a little further. You've spoken about the implementation of visiting restrictions in care homes, and it's the experience of the Scottish COVID Bereaved that there was differences, broad differences in fact, in approaches taken by different care homes to the implementation of visiting restrictions. Were you, first of all, aware of the fact that they weren't being implemented uniformly?
Absolutely, yes. We were very aware that there were some of our members who simply refused to implement the restrictions full stop because they didn't feel them acceptable, and there were others who followed them to the letter because they were frightened to do otherwise.
You have indicated quite clearly in the evidence to this inquiry that in relation to Scottish Government and Public Health Scotland, that their provision of guidance in relation to various matters wasn't, as you put it, informed by the views of those with a proper understanding of the matter. Would it have been useful or helpful for your body to have provided any supervision or specific guidance during the pandemic to care home providers in relation to the implementation of visiting restrictions?
Apart from the reality that we didn't have resource or capacity so to do, what we did do during the pandemic was through surgeries and through webinars to encourage our members to be as flexible as possible, recognising that there were issues to do with Operation Copper, which was a huge negative cloud over them. There were issues to do with insurance, which we've not talked about because of the withdrawal of multiple insurance coverage for care homes, which made many more risk-averse of appearing to break guidance. But we did everything we could. We worked in the early stages with groups like Care Home Relative Scotland to try to increase the willingness of our members to open up when it was appropriate to do so. I'm sure we could have done more, but we were very clear that the best interests of individuals was that we opened care homes as quickly as possible. But it was extremely difficult to challenge particularly small providers. And I think we forget that the vast majority of provision of care homes in Scotland is by small single operators or small double-free operators. It's very difficult in that environment to give them the assurance that by appearing to act against guidance whose status was never confirmed, they weren't at risk of deaths occurring and Operation Copper investigations resulting.
I'm obliged for the detail given in your response. My lady, a new issue was touched upon, and that is one of insurance. I'm loath to start, and I don't have authority to start on a new track, but if my lady would think it would be of any assistance to the inquiry to hear about that issue, I would be happy to ask a follow-up question in that regard.
My only concern is we've got another witness we're trying to get in. So how long do you think it would take?
Just to ask him to expand upon the issue of the removal of insurance and what
if you could do it
effect
in
that
summary,
had.
Dr. Macaskill.
I'm obliged.
Very quickly, at the start of the pandemic, there were multiple providers of insurance for the care sector. Within weeks, that reduced to around about half a dozen. And and at the same time, there was an exorbitant increase in the cost of premiums, upwards of 200 to 300% increases. It was one of our major headaches. And one of the main reasons was that insurers would not cover COVID. And insurers set additional conditions, including the latest care inspection report on IPC, and one of the risks to that was increased visiting access. So we engaged with insurers both in Scotland and nationally, and with the support of government, Scottish Government, to try to ease the system. But the lack of the issue around insurance definitely impacted on the willingness of care providers to open up to visiting.
I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. Thank you very forgive the cough. Thank you very much, Dr. Macaskill. I'm very grateful to you. And having heard your advocacy, I'm surprised anyone didn't pay immediate attention to you. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Tarek.
My lady, may I please call Miss Nicola Dickie?
Sorry if we've kept you waiting.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, take a seat.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss Dickie. Thank you for your assistance to the inquiry to date. There are a few preliminary matters that I wanted to discuss with you before we get into the substance of your evidence. Can you please keep your voice up and speak slowly because the evidence is being transcribed? If any of my questions are unclear, please say so and I will rephrase. COSLA has provided the inquiry with a witness statement that stated the 7th of September 2023. This is a statement which is INQ 000273700. And this is a corporate statement that's submitted to this module of which you were the author. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And if we turn to page 18, I was going to say, is that your signature, but would that have been your signature?
Yes, it would.
And COSLA has also provided an addendum to the witness statement dated the 24th of October 2023, which is at INQ 000327643. And this is, if we turn to page 5, this is again the where your signature would be. But are you content for the statement and the addendum to the statement to form your evidence of the inquiry?
Yes, of course.
And are you content for the statement, or are the contents of the statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are, yes.
I want to just, before we look at COSLA's role in the pandemic, I just wanted to touch very briefly with you on COSLA as an organisation. COSLA is a National Association of Scottish Councils, is that right?
Yep.
And it's a membership organisation of all 32 local authorities in Scotland, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What functions does COSLA perform for its members in a non-pandemic time?
So COSLA is the membership organisation for the 32 local authorities in Scotland. We are a politically led organisation. The inquiry, I'm sure, will have heard from our sister associations across the rest of the UK, the Local Government Association. We provide representation, negotiation for our members in support of access to legislation, finance and policy that supports the communities that they serve up and down the length and breadth of Scotland. We are also the Employers Association for the 32 councils, so we negotiate the terms and conditions of the local government workforce and indeed pay.
Would it be possible, Ms Dickie, just to keep the pace slightly slower, because there is a stenographer that is trying to transcribe the evidence? As far as I understand it, you were the Chief Officer Health and Social Care in COSLA between February 2020 and September 2021. What was your role and responsibilities in that position in relation to COSLA's pandemic response?
So as the Health and Social Care Chief Officer, I was responsible for all the policy as it related to health and social care and including public health. As the pandemic emerged, I also took on the lead role across the organisation. So I played a coordination role, given that the pandemic was primarily in health and social care settings in terms of guidance, but it also meant I had a coordinating role across the rest of the policy teams that the organisation has. So we also look after education, children and young people, housing, homelessness. So I was playing that coordination and lead role as well as doing the policy related to health and social care.
In October 2021, you became the Director of People Policy in COSLA. What was your role and responsibility in that position in relation to the pandemic response of COSLA?
So the previous role was the Chief Officer for Health and Social Care. The Director sits above that role in the organisation. So I now have teams that directly report to me who deal with health and social care, children and young people policy, and indeed COSLA's strategic migration team, which deals with asylum and refugee issues.
And I understand that you remain in that position to this day, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I want to turn to the issue of the relationship between the Scottish Government and local government. In the expert report of Professor Paul Cairney, who gave evidence this morning, he says, and I'll simply quote, he says, overall, COSLA local government is an important but subordinate partner in Scottish central local relations. The Scottish Government retains responsibility for the management of emergencies in Scotland, including health emergencies, within the limits of devolution. Local government plays the role of strategic partner for the delivery of policy in each local authority area. And similar to that, there's a report that I'll come to later on. It's a report by Professor Kevin Orr of the University of St Andrews and the Improvement Service, which is titled Good Governance During COVID-19, Learning from the Experience of Scottish Local Authorities. And in that report, it said, and I quote, there is a long-standing and well-developed academic literature analysing the tendency of central governments to regard local authorities as delivery agents for national policies. Do you agree with this assessment that the Scottish Government has a tendency to view local authorities as delivery agents for national policy?
I don't think it's as straightforward as that at all times. I would also question the word subordinate. I think from a local government perspective, we are absolutely clear that we are a legitimate sphere of elected government in this country and we deliver functions for the communities that we serve. I think we recognise that there will be times where things are best done nationally and there are things that are best done locally. So I recognise that the devolution settlement and indeed what's further devolved down to local government, it's not the same across all of the policy teams that COSLA has access to, but I do think that, that there is a time when local government is more than a delivery agent of colleagues in Scottish Government, and I don't believe that that's true across all of the Scottish Government all of the time.
So my question was about the perception that the Scottish Government has of local government and local authorities, whereas they sometimes view local government as a delivery agent for its national policies. Is that a tendency that you see coming from the Scottish Government towards local governments or local authorities?
I think it's some that many in local government would say is true at times.
In COSLA's corporate statement, it is said at paragraph 3.2, I don't intend to take you to it, but I'll read out what it said. It says, COSLA played a key role in the framework set up by the Scottish Government to respond to the pandemic. And in the corporate statement, it's explained that COSLA was represented in a number of groups set up by the Scottish Government. It had bilateral, regular meetings with the former Deputy First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney. COSLA had meetings with other Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers in the Scottish Government. Overall, how would you describe the Scottish Government's engagement with COSLA during the pandemic?
So I would describe the Scottish Government's engagement with COSLA throughout the pandemic as vast. There was a lot of conversations, engagement going on both at political and official level. As I've already said, we carry out all of the policy teams and the devolved functions that local government has, and there wasn't a part of our organisation or the services provided by local government that weren't touched by the pandemic. So we were in regular contact and there was good engagement both in terms of the formal structures that are alluded to in my statement, but also in terms of those political relationships.
So does COSLA feel that it had sufficient opportunities to communicate the views and concerns of local government to the Scottish Government during the pandemic?
I think we do. I think in my statement I refer to the first time that COSLA and indeed representatives from the Chief Executives of Scottish Local Authorities, SOLACE, the first time we were in a SCORE meeting was the 16th of March. COSLA and Scottish SOLACE, who are the Chief Exec Corps in local government, attended SCORE both at official level and at ministerial level throughout the pandemic. I think that demonstrates that there was a concerted effort to bring the views of Scottish local government into the thinking and the decision-making processes of colleagues in Scottish Government. I think that engagement was on the basis of the statutory legislation that had been introduced, made it clear that decisions were for Scottish ministers to make. But there was engagement and COSLA were consulted throughout the various stages of the pandemic.
Do you consider that the views, so you say the engagement was vast, but engagement is one thing, and then properly listening, understanding and factoring in those views into the decision-making might be something different. Do you feel that the Scottish Government always listened, understood and then factored in the views of local government into its decision-making during the pandemic?
So I think colleagues in government always listened. I think they tried their best to understand what was saying. I think it becomes more difficult to understand how that was factored into the decision-making process because those decision-making processes were for Scottish Government and therefore we were not necessarily party to how that evidence was then weighed up.
How that evidence was then effectively going to the key decision-makers who were then making the decisions that affected local government, is that correct?
Yes.
We know from COSLA's statement that it was a member of the National Incident Management Team. These were meetings that were usually chaired by Public Health Scotland's Dr. Jim McMenamin. And one of the functions of the National Incident Management Team was to provide strategic public health leadership and to advise the Scottish Government on measures to control the pandemic. Can we look at the meeting minutes from the NIMT from the 2nd of December 2020? This is at INQ 000197243. And you, as I understand it, had attended by this stage, I think, a prior NIMT meeting on behalf of COSLA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears, as we will go through the minutes, that this meeting was attended by Jane O'Donnell. Can you tell me what Miss Donald's position was as at December 2020?
Yep, so Miss O'Donnell was the Director of People Policy in COSLA in December 2020.
And you'll see that the document at the top, it's got the logos of Health Protection Scotland and Public Health Scotland. It says National Incident Management Team, and it's a meeting of the 2nd of December 2020. If we're able to go to page 2, and I want to read from the second entry. This says, and it's attributed to AB, who we understand to be an official from the Scottish Government. It says, the Deputy First Minister will have a call with the local authority chief executive. My understanding is that the DPH, is that the Director of Public Health,
Yep.
is not on those calls, but following Cabinet this week, one of the ways to resolve would be to have the local authority chief executive and Director of Public Health on the same call. Supplementary to that could be to get a short joint paper agreed by the local authority chief executive and the Director of Public Health about where you think you are and the evidence that has been done to show why you should move up or down a level. So this appears to be a proposal from, or a suggestion from an official within the Scottish Government on how to better involve local authorities in the decision-making process around local restrictions, such as keeping them informed of the evidence upon which the decision is made. Is that right?
I believe so, yep.
Can we then read the next entry? And this is from Miss O'Donnell of COSLA, and it says, I think it's vital we don't end up in a situation where local authority colleagues are putting up different advice from what advice is given here. Whatever we do, the NIMT considers the data and that we are only supplementing with local colour. We are cautious we don't act in a way that would be inadvertent. So the concern here of Miss Donald appears to be that if you bring in local authority voice into each of these individual decisions, their position might then conflict with the advice that the NIMT is giving to the Scottish Government. Is that correct?
No, I have to say I don't. That's not the way I read that, because when I'm talking about local authority colleagues, I think putting up, I suspect that's the conversation that the Chief Executive of the Council was having with their council leader. So I don't think this is about when local government's view was being fed in to Scottish Government. I think what we're getting at here, having read before and after, is that the directors of public health should be working with the council chief exec so that they're sitting down with their council leader and saying, here are our statistics, this is what this means, here's what our trajectory looks like, and then potentially, for example, and what we're hearing in the public health community is that we've got another wave coming, or there's a different, there's a different variant of concern. So I think the putting up there is putting up to their council leader. I don't know that it's feeding into Scottish Government. That was certainly my reading of that, and I certainly know that there were conversations in and around about that time to make sure that council leaders had exactly the same information that Scottish ministers were looking at so that they could draw conclusions, as it were.
But if we look at the first sentence, the concern seems to be that local authority colleagues are putting up different advice from what advice is given here. Whatever we do, the NIMT considers the data, and we are only supplementing with local colour. So is the concern not here that actually, if you engage with local authorities, their position on what level, for instance, of restriction should apply might be different from what is being advised by the NIMT. And if you involve it, and that then means that there isn't a single piece of advice going up to the Scottish Government to make the ultimate decision.
That's not what I take from that, and I have to say that the way that the NIMT advice was formulated was that it was done on the basis, as you know, as you can see from the rest of the minute, what are the facts and the figures telling us. We had absolute conversations around about everyone needing to be faced with the facts before they went into conversations around about levels. What I would say is both the documents that government published, so the strategic framework document that laid out the phases early on in the pandemic, so kind of April, May 2020, and then the subsequent advice that was published around about the tiering system, both were quite specific around about engagement with local government. So it doesn't suggest to me, if you're publishing in a publicly available document, that you're going to try and subvert any information that local systems will be providing to you.
If we then read the entry below, this is from TP, who is a Director of Public Health, and it says, issue is that we are being asked to give advice in the absence of all the harms. And that's, I think, a reference to the 4 harms strategy, and the NIMT is only looking at the first harm here and not looking at some of the other harms, such as the economic harms. England agreed to share their 3 harms. I think Scotland should share the harms paper with the Director of Public Health and local authorities, and then we will have all the information. So is this our recognition that actually local authorities weren't getting the full picture that would then inform the decision-making that the Scottish Government were making?
I think you can take that from that and the paragraph before from Jane to say that we need all of the information so that when council leaders are going into conversations with Scottish ministers, that they have the exact same facts and figures and understanding as Scottish ministers were. I think we were coming from the position that if you provide all of the facts and figures and a reasonable decision has been taken, reasonable people should come to a similar conclusion. But we needed to make sure that everybody was aware of the same information so that we didn't have misunderstandings unnecessarily because people only had partial information.
And it was the position, as far as I can see from this minute, that local authorities only did have part of the information upon which decisions were being made. Is that right?
At what stage? Sorry.
At this stage, at the time of this minute, that they weren't, for instance, having access to the 4 harms assessment that was being undertaken. Local authorities.
So I think I can't recall exactly at what point all of the 4 harms information was going out, but that minute would suggest that would be the case. Forgive me.
I appreciate that we're talking about events from some time ago. If we read on, I want to look at the entry that is SG, who we understand to be a representative of HPS, and it says the calls with the Deputy First Minister are essentially political with leaders of each council. Chief executives, when they are invited to speak, they talk about their engagement with the DPHs. Also to highlight either the CMO or the DCMO takes part in that call and goes through the data. I think there's a process of engagement, and I'm not entirely sure if we're overcomplicating things with having another report. So is that effectively, what do you understand or could be meant by the fact that calls between local authorities and the Deputy First Minister might be perceived as political in nature?
Well, the 32 council leaders are politicians first and foremost, so it's factual that they are calls between two politicians. But
they're both, they are elected in this, and they're trying to do the best for their.
Yes.
Whether it's a local authority or whether it's central government. In the context of a pandemic, why would those calls be necessarily political or essentially political, as is being said here?
So I think the fact that you've touched on, local elected members are first and foremost there to advocate on behalf of their local community, their local businesses, the parents, the relatives who were contacting them. So I suspect that the essentially political is a recognition that local elected members would want to put their point across and be putting their intelligence from the communities that they were supporting forward in a way that paid officials were perhaps not.
And what you see here is what is being suggested is that having another report, and you'll recall that was the initial proposal, which outlines the evidence upon which a decision is made to move a local authority up or down a level would be, I think what's being suggested here is overcomplicating things. Is that right?
Sorry, give me the first part of the question again. Sorry.
You recall that the initial proposal
Got that bit.
was about, it's the second entry on the page, and the suggestion was that we could get a short joint paper agreed by the local authority chief executive and the DPH about where you think you are and the evidence that has been done to show why you should move up or down a level. So that's the suggestion. And then the response further down in the minutes is that would be overcomplicating things with having another report. Do you see that?
I don't have a view on whether that's overcomplicating things or not. I would suggest that providing as much information as we possibly can to all parts of the system is the most useful thing that we can do.
And it would be, and I think if we then read on to the sixth entry, this is from Dr. Jim McMenamin of PHS. It says, in a paper as yet to be circulated for broader consideration, on the basis of what Andy has outlined, we can see any opportunity that exists to have alignment of our thoughts to ensure that there is a single public health interpretation of the data as it stands. How the summary is used is very much in the hands of the Scottish Government colleagues. Often case studies can be helpful, and my understanding for Grampian is, at least in some of the discourse I was privy to, sometimes there were various things that were then suggested constructively about how things could be improved. Perhaps the simplest things are on Thursday on receipt of the information, and when the spreadsheet is being added to, that's a point where perhaps we should be engaging with our stats colleagues to see if this does equate with what you see, and if not, have that local discussion on a scientific basis for common ground. That might allow us on Friday to afford the opportunity for that clear single version of the truth to be imparted. I trust that there is broad consensus agreement and we can proceed on that basis. So is this not where, again, the NIMT seems to be concerned with a clear single version of the truth that is being imparted to the Scottish Government about what advice is around restrictions for local government, whether they move up or down a level? Is this not, in this context, a resistance to engaging better with local authorities so that they have the full picture, so that there is this joint paper where they can see the evidence and they have more access to central government?
So I think that's true on both sides here, because you said yourself in the earlier extract of this that this NIMT was only looking at harm one. I think there's a sense that when ministers then speak to local government are potentially providing more information and analysis and local information on harms 3 and 4. So I think what you're hearing here is local government saying we need the complete picture, but also Scottish Government and Public Health Scotland saying, as an NIMT, if we look at the figures and we say this is what the figures are saying, but then when the Minister speaks to the Council Leader or the Chief Exec, they're then able to provide some information about the harms that are being caused to community or a particular business sector. We need to be in a situation where all of that information is being gathered together at the one stage.
In the various Scottish Government groups that COSLA was a member, some of which you attended, did you get the sense that there was reluctance by the Scottish Government or others within those groups to engage more fully with local authorities in relation to the decisions that affected them?
That's not a sense that I got, no.
It's been suggested by some in local government that the Scottish Government's approach to decision-making was too centralised, with insufficient input from local authorities into decision-making process that affected them. Do you agree with that assessment, that the decision-making from the Scottish Government was too centralised?
I think I can say that the period of the pandemic was a long time, and I think there were times when the decision-making and the input from local government was very good. I think there are times when individual local authorities felt that their engagement was very good. I think there were also times when individual local authorities didn't feel that things had gone so well. So I think in the same way that local government is not a homogenous group, every decision that was taken in Scottish Government was not taken through a standard process because of the speed that we were moving at. So I think it does feel like a bit of a mixed picture. I think there were good engagement. I think there were genuine intentions there. I think the areas of decision-making inside government that COSLA and local government had long-standing relationships with, so for example education, those were tried and tested relationships, if you like. We were used to dealing hand in glove because the competencies there are very similar. I think when we got into other areas where we didn't have such a close working relationship, things got a bit more difficult. So I don't think it's as straightforward as saying it was good or it was bad. I think there were peaks and troughs, and I think individual local authorities at times fell one way or another, depending on where they were in the pandemic, depending on how the engagement was going, and ultimately what was happening at a local level.
I want to take you to the report which I've referred to before from Professor Kevin Orr of the University of St Andrews. It's at INQ 000351044, and you'll see that the report is headed Good Governance During COVID-19, Learning from the Experience of Scottish Local Authorities. Are you familiar with this report?
Yes.
For your ladyship's information, this is a paper which provides some findings and learning from discussions that the researchers and the authors had with senior officials and the elected members of 6 local authorities in Scotland. And these 6 local authorities were chosen for this project to provide a mixture of different geographies, so from the islands, from the mainland, different governance arrangements, and also different political compositions. So it's meant to reflect across the board of the 32 local authorities. And then the researchers then conducted interviews with representatives of these local authorities, and the purpose of the paper was to help local authorities learn from the experience of the pandemic and to inform future reviews of governance. And the names of the 6 local authorities and the interviewers have been anonymised in this report to allow them possibly to speak a little bit more freer about their experiences. Can we look at page 34 of the report? And I want to look at the quote on the second half. So it says, one chief executive was directly critical of what was felt to be an unnecessarily centralised approach by the Scottish Government. And the quote reads, and this is based on the interview, the public face of the pandemic for both governments was their respective political leader. In Scotland's case, that was the First Minister. It was clear from a delivery partner perspective that the political involvement in all the decision-making associated with the response was all-pervading, and on some occasions the political optics seemed the guiding force. And of course, because of the 24/7 media world we now live in, the respective national political leaders were centre stage of that 24/7 media world. In the gold command structures put in place by the Scottish Government, there was no scope for any departure from the nationally set approach, which was an unrelenting single focus on the health harm rather than the four harms approach that was claimed. There was no real local decision-making and no real opportunity to influence the response actions to be taken. It was a here it is, and it's to be implemented. Since devolution in Scotland, there have been a growing tension between the Scottish Government and local government, and the pandemic has exacerbated that tension, not only because respective politicians, but also across officials. Local political leaders were being held to account for decisions they had no locus in, and privately were being criticised by the government for not doing enough to support the response when they were not being treated as a partner in the response. Did COSLA's members communicate concerns of this nature to COSLA during the pandemic?
I think there were times where COSLA leaders collectively raised concerns. I think in evidence we've provided, there were times when Mr Swinney came and addressed council leaders to listen to their concerns, when Scotland's Chief Medical Officer or Scotland's clinical leads came to COSLA leaders. So there was an opportunity for COSLA leaders to feed that information in, for us to impart that to government, and at times for government to hear that direct from council leaders.
But this seems to be at least a criticism that isn't limited to one moment in time or one particular decision. It's an impression of the Scottish Government's approach across the pandemic. Is that right?
I think that's what that quote is suggesting there. I mean, I think this report is dated December 2020, so that was, first part of the pandemic. I suspect it was wishful thinking on our part that we were through the worst of it, and we should take the temperature of local government. I suspect if this had been rerun again, you would get a slightly different result. Some of that might be better, some of that might be worse. But I think that's what that is saying there. I think the other report, Professor Orr's report that you reported to there, speaks of the tension around about the devolution settlement that's been around since Scottish Parliament came to fruition. So, as I said earlier on, I think it's a version of something that many across the local government family might recognise.
We will come to other evidence from local authorities that has been provided to the inquiry. But do you agree, does COSLA agree with the statement that the political involvement in all the decision-making associated with the response was all-pervading, and in some occasions the political optics seemed to be the guiding force?
That's not something that I can agree or disagree on behalf of COSLA.
Did you get the impression, at least, that some of the Scottish Government's decision-making during the pandemic was at least in part guided by political considerations or the political optics?
I didn't know on a personal level, no.
There's a reference here to, in the gold command structures put in place by the Scottish Government, there was no scope for any departure from the nationally set approach, which was an unrelenting single focus on health harm rather than the four harms approach that was claimed. You will have had some insight into the four harms by attending some of the NIMT meetings. Did you have an impression that the Scottish Government's focus was on effectively the first harm to the detriment of the other harms identified in the four harms approach?
I think all of the harms were discussed all of the time. I think it was often not clear what was being weighed in amongst those harms. I think there were times when harm 1, which were direct COVID harms, were absolutely front and centre. But I can also remember being in IMTs where harm 4 around about economy was certainly at the forefront of the discussions. I think with hindsight, the four harms approach, understanding what the weighting was in advance would be something that would be quite useful. So I think we were discussing and we were feeding in information across the four harms, but as I said earlier, not being party to the decisions that were then taken inside government, it's difficult for us to work out what was the weighting that was applied across those harms throughout.
And I think the related point to that is that it's not really a science, is it, the four harms approach? It's not a decision-making tool that you input in what the harm is for harm 1, 2, 3, 4, and it tells you what the answer is. It's more akin to guiding principles. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and I think that's also one of the reasons that feeding in the information from local areas was so critical, because on paper, harm 4 around about economy could look like something specific, but if the local knowledge then told you that there was a particular sector was going to be, if I give the example of fruit picking, that's one of the areas that four harms looked, and for 2/3 of the councils in Scotland it made no difference, but it made difference for the council areas in Scotland that were waiting to do that. So I think that's why we were always keen to make sure that the local concept and what Miss O'Donnell called colour was being fed into those conversations, because four harms, as you're right, it wasn't necessarily a decision-making tool. It was one way of looking at the pandemic and the various harms that were being done, but it was certainly being followed up by some of that localised intelligence.
So would you then disagree with the sentiment in this quote that there was no real local decision-making and no real opportunity to influence the response actions to be taken?
So I think I would go back to the point that the legislation that was passed was clear that the decision-making through that emergency legislation was for Scottish ministers. We didn't have the power to take decisions at a local area around about stopping transport and stopping people doing things. So I think we've got to think about the practical legal machinery that was there was not for local decision. I do think that there was an opportunity to influence. As I've said already, it's difficult to work out if things changed. Was that as a direct result of COSLA's influence, or was that a direct result of an individual's influence, or was that something that had changed in the pandemic? It was a bit difficult to work out if something had changed, why that was the case. That said, everything was moving at pace. So.
At the outset, you'll recall that I'd taken you to, I'd quoted a passage, I think it was from Professor Cairney's report, which had described the relationship between central government and local government as one of the local government being the subordinate partner. I think you took issue with that. Would that, in this context, in the pandemic, is it fair to say local government was the subordinate partner if you're explaining that ultimately the decisions lay with central government?
I think that's fair.
If we turn to page 35 of the report, and you'll see the quote at the top. Indeed, another chief executive commented, I think there was a tendency from the government to act as though local authorities were the same as NHS boards, and they could just say, we want you to do this and we want it by Friday, rather than the way they would normally engage with local authorities. And there's then another extract from an interview further down the page where it says, one council leader whose area was placed in a local lockdown is also critical of the relationship with central government. We got involved in the decision-making process very late in the day. It was frustrating for us that we felt that our voices weren't really being heard. I feel that although a lot was said about partnership working between the Scottish Government and local authorities, that didn't really happen on the ground. We were given the opportunity to meet with people, but we didn't really feel that we were being able to get the opportunity to influence those decisions. We were just being paid lip service. Is that sentiment or those impressions that you formed as being a senior individual within COSLA who sat on many of these Scottish Government groups?
So I think it's fair to say that the top quote around about the chief executives, I've already alluded to the fact that we had many ministers and civil servants who had never worked with COSLA or local government closely. I think in some of the reports that I've read as well, the recognition around about the democratic mandate that elected members across Scotland's local authorities have was not necessarily understood across understood to the same extent across all parts of Scottish Government. So I think there was a tendency early on in the pandemic to say we want this and we want it done by then and this is how we want it to be done. I think that's one of the reasons that COSLA kept our decision-making and governance going, because there's no individual in COSLA has executive decision-making powers, so everything had to be done using our existing governance structures so that all 32 council leaders were given the opportunity. So I think there was a tendency right at the start, maybe through a lack of understanding about just how councils are structured and what our democratic mandate is. I think on the second one, as I said, I think across the piece, across local government, council leaders didn't feel like that all of the time. I think there were steps and starts around, or I think there were differences about how they felt the decision-making process was running. But local government in Scotland don't tend to shy away from telling people if we think lip service is being paid. So again, if that was the case, these issues were being raised by COSLA, raised with the ministers, and the opportunity for council leaders to meet with politicians was provided.
Did you form the impression that only lip service was being paid to the voices of local authorities in the decisions that affected them?
No.
If we're then able to turn to page 34 of the report, and it says, if I can read the quote at the top, it says, on that tension, and the tension here is referring to the flow of information from the Scottish Government to local authorities. It says, on that tension, one chief executive offered the following perspective. We were getting no advance insight from the Scottish Government around what was going to happen next in terms of public health measures to be put in place, so we couldn't brief our members in advance of the public announcements. This created a suspicion amongst members that its own staff were not keeping them briefed, when in reality their own staff had no advance notice either. as a staff base and a delivery partner for the Scottish Government being informed at the same time as the public was hugely frustrating and unhelpful. Is this the sort of feedback that COSLA was getting from local authorities during the pandemic about the fact that the Scottish Government's communications to local authorities was not particularly good and in fact was causing all sorts of issues because some local authorities were finding out about restrictions in their local area at the same time as the public?
So I think it's fair to say that there was an element of that feedback provided. I mentioned it in my statement, and indeed the surveys we undertook from the 32 local authorities in advance of these modules, that comes through loud and clear, certainly from some of those submissions. So I think that's fair to say that tension was there. COSLA were regularly feeding that back. At times, there was an element of things were just moving really, really fast. So it might be the case that COSLA's chief executive was aware, and perhaps the chair of Solace, as a representative of the 32, were those phone calls or ability to catch up with everybody between a decision being made and it being imparted. It was not always a situation that we were able to. So I think we did get some of that feedback. We did provide that feedback to colleagues in Scottish Government. And as the pandemic went on and decisions were being taken at a slower pace, I would have to say that did improve.
If it was the case that local authorities were sometimes finding out about public health measures that were imposed in their local areas at the same time as the public, say, for example, by watching Nicola Sturgeon's daily coronavirus briefing, what challenges might this present on the ground for local authorities?
So I think, again, in the surveys from the 32 local authorities, the types of challenges were almost immediately from an announcement being made. Members of the public were contacting council officers asking for what that meant or what happened next. And that does lead to a level of challenge and frustration in local areas. What I would say is that where the guidance was directly related to functions of local government, we would normally have a bit more notice than that. So if we take, the schools being closed, that information was available, but where things were ancillary to what local government was doing, so if it was happening in a transport section or something, that might be slightly different, but it is something that was an issue throughout the period of the pandemic.
But if it's a decision, for instance, about a certain area being placed in level 3 instead of level 2, that impacts the local area because it's the degree of the restrictions in that area, and it would cause all sorts of problems for the local authority that needs to implement those restrictions if it's finding out at the same time as the public.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think, again, in the survey responses that came in from the 32, that was absolutely crystal clear from a number of areas. What I would say is that it was 32 councils, and how often that happened, it's difficult to tell because things were changing that often. But any time that feedback was provided to COSLA, we were sure to feed that into colleagues in government and try and make sure that it didn't happen on a future occasion.
I'll come back to some of the survey responses, but I wanted to explore the level system that was introduced in October 2020 in a bit more detail. Was COSLA engaged in the decision-making process by the Scottish Government to introduce the 5 levels framework in Scotland?
Yes, we were.
How was COSLA engaged in that process?
So COSLA were engaged in that process in the way that we were throughout, which was colleagues in government would contact us to say this is potentially where we're going, this is where we're thinking, and then they would provide us with early drafts of what the broad parameters were. We would then take that out across our professional associations and our member councils, and we would be looking for, does it work in general terms for local government, and are there issues around about the various regulatory services, access to core services. And then what we would also be doing is we would be looking at the tiering system, not just in the generic functions of local government, but also in the specifics for remote and rural communities, for our island communities, making sure that worked for our border authorities, and then feeding that information back to local authorities so that we got at the point of publication, something that local government could operationalise at a local level, and that went across all of the tiers and all of the various interventions that local government would have a part to play.
So am I correct to understand that COSLA had quite a significant engagement in relation to the introduction of the 5-level system?
So the introduction of the levels and what those levels meant and the various MPIs that sat against the levels, COSLA was engaged in that and took a sounding from all of our professional associations that would support us. In
mid-October 2020, it was said at the time that the Scottish Government planned to introduce a 3-tier system similar to that which had been announced in England. And in fact, Nicola Sturgeon was quoted as saying that the Scottish Government was seeking to align as closely as possible with other UK nations on a strategic level, although she stressed that the ultimate decision lay with the devolved government, that this is the Scottish Government. So were you aware that in mid-October 2020, the Scottish Government was contemplating a 3-tier system similar to that in England?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Do you see that there might be some strategic benefits in having the same 3-tier system in Scotland as exists in England, so that it would be easier for the public to understand that roughly Tier 2 means the same north and south of the border?
I can see from a strategic perspective how that might have been useful.
And in fact, and you've touched upon this already, that the local authorities have provided survey responses to a survey. This was provided to the inquiry by COSLA, and they'd been asked to answer various questions. And Moray Council said in its survey response, and I quote, "Changes of levels and having different levels across local authority boundaries caused some confusion, as did it being called levels in Scotland and tiers in England. This caused outbreaks of argument on our social media channels, which we worked hard to contain, as there were often contributors giving conflicting information depending on whether they were personally choosing to follow UK Government or Scottish Government guidance." And in kind of similar sentiments, East Lothian Council's response was, and I quote, "Confusion arose due to UK Government and Scottish Government issuing separate guidance regulation and imposing different COVID-19 regulations, constraints and effective dates. As a country bordering England, this led to much confusion for local residents, visitors and businesses." So do you agree with these responses that having a 3-tier system in England and a 5-level system in Scotland at the same time created public confusion, or at least quite a significant risk of public confusion?
I think there was definitely the potential for public confusion.
So we know that from the press coverage, and indeed Nicola Sturgeon is quoted in that press coverage in the middle of October, what is being considered is a 3-tier system to align as closely as possible to England for strategic benefits. And then on the 23rd of October 2020, the Scottish Government introduces a bespoke 5-level system that didn't align with the system that was being operated in England. Do you know why that decision was made?
I can't recall, and I haven't seen any of the we're not core participants, so I haven't seen the document that you're referring to. So
I'm not talking about a specific document. It was just a public announcement on the 23rd of October 2020 when the 5-level system came in. And what I was trying to ascertain was if COSLA was engaged and consulted in the process, was it consulted in how the system came about, whether it was going to be 3 tiers or 5 levels?
Not that I can recall.
Can we turn to an article from the BBC News website? This is at INQ 000351050. It's an article from the BBC News website, and it's headed Nicola Sturgeon, Buck Stops With Me on Scottish COVID Tiers, and you'll see that it's dated the 20th of October 2020. And just below the photograph of Nicola Sturgeon, it says, Nicola Sturgeon has insisted that she will have the final say on local COVID-19 restrictions in different parts of Scotland, saying the buck stops here. If we read over the page. The Scottish First Minister said that she would not offload decisions about local alert levels onto councils. A lengthy row has played out between UK ministers and leaders in Manchester over imposing stricter rules there. Ms Sturgeon said that it was her driving ambition not to repeat this when a new multi-tier system begins in Scotland. She said the government would consult and be as collaborative as possible, but would ultimately make the decisions and would not get into standoffs. And if we then scroll to the top of page 3, and this is perhaps a fuller quote from Ms Sturgeon, and it says, "The First Minister said, I believe it's really important that the buck for these difficult decisions stops here with me in government. We are asking people to do extraordinary things right now, and it's not fair for me and the government to try to offload those onto other people, be it local authorities or health boards. We have to consult and be as collaborative as possible. We will absolutely be engaging with local authorities, and as we take decisions about which levels apply in which parts of the country, we will want that to be collaborative. But ultimately, we have to be able to take the decisions." And if we can pause there. So this is quoting Nicola Sturgeon from her daily coronavirus briefing. And her intention is that ultimately the responsibility for these decisions about which level a local authority might find itself in is a matter, the decision is for the Scottish Government. And she said the buck stops with her and the Scottish Government. But she also indicates that the Scottish Government wants to be as collaborative as possible with local authorities, and that includes consulting with them in the decision-making process. Is it fair to say that the local authorities' experience of the Scottish Government's engagement with them in the decision-making process perhaps painted more of a mixed picture than what Nicola Sturgeon aspired to?
I think that's fair to say in the early stages of the level system being brought in. I suppose it's also the reason why come April 2021 we entered into an engagement protocol between Scottish Government and COSLA that would lay out exactly what the engagement protocol would look like. So I think in the period between the level system being published and us getting to that, there were different experiences across local authorities, and that was something that we sought to rectify come April 2021. So I think that's a fair assertion.
I now want to turn to some of the local authority responses that the inquiry has received, because this is the local authorities being able to reflect on matters in 2023 when they produced these responses to the inquiries. And some local authorities, it is fair to say, reported in their survey responses that the Scottish Government did engage with them in relation to decisions about local restrictions. And examples of local authorities falling into that category include Aberdeen City Council, Dundee City Council and the City of Edinburgh Council. However, other local authorities reported very different experiences. For example, Aberdeenshire Council said that it was not involved in the decisions of the Scottish Government to impose local restrictions. It added that it was not asked to agree or participate in the Scottish Government's decision-making in relation to local restrictions imposed on its area. North Lanarkshire Council said that the Scottish Government determined the local level placing of North Lanarkshire Council, and the Council was not involved in the decision-making. South Lanarkshire Council says that the Scottish Government determined the local level placing of South Lanarkshire Council in consultation with Public Health Scotland, and the Council was not involved in the decision-making. Any dialogue with the Scottish Government related to advising the Council of a change of tier, the Council was not involved in any meetings with the Scottish Government to determine the placing of the Council into a local level. West Dunbartonshire Council said that there was little opportunity to influence the decision-making. Angus Council says that it was difficult to see where local needs were considered. And indeed, Angus Council adds, and I quote, "The main causes of confusion resulted from the Council hearing of new rules, initiatives and restrictions at the same time as the public, specifically UK Government 5 PM briefings and unscheduled Scottish Government briefings. This meant that if the rules were complex, contradictory or poorly articulated, the public would look to the Council for guidance when we had no further information to give. This was frustrating. It diminished the Council's credibility as a trusted source of information and was therefore counterproductive in disseminating key messages." So what we have here is not just the occasional one-off bad experience. These are local authority responses to the inquiry given in 2023, which seems to paint it's not one local authority, it's numerous local authorities. And in fact, there's others which I've not gone through the responses for the sake of time. And their experiences seem to all be that the Scottish Government failed in its intention, as communicated by Nicola Sturgeon, to consult and be as collaborative as possible about which levels applied in their local area. In that context, because it's not one response, it's multiple responses from a range of local authorities from different areas, different geographical areas, different political compositions, is there not a pattern here that the Scottish Government's rhetoric, Nicola Sturgeon's rhetoric, that she was going to be as collaborative as possible, wasn't actually borne out in the reality on the ground?
I think that those surveys that have been sent in from individual local authorities are their experience, and whether that's a pattern is not for me to determine. I think they've provided their experience of it, and as I said, the engagement protocol that subsequently came in April 2021 was in and around about exactly what those local authorities have highlighted there. Yes,
but the engagement protocol came in, there was an engagement protocol COSLA had worked on, is it right, with the Scottish Government? And it came in April 2021, but the evidence of these local authorities isn't in their survey responses that the Scottish Government's engagement fundamentally changed in character post-April 2021, is it? Not in their survey responses, they're not making that point.
Not in the survey responses, but then I don't know if the survey responses, I don't think we asked specifically for a date before or after, but it's a long time since I looked at the survey responses on the way out.
But you would expect, for instance, if it was that there was a fundamental change in the way the Scottish Government engaged with local authorities, they might say, the local authorities, yes, the situation was bad in late 2020, but then COSLA and the Scottish Government introduced this engagement protocol and things significantly improved. But that's not what is said, is it?
That's not what's in the survey responses, no.
And in the addendum statement to the witness statements of COSLA, COSLA was asked to explain why some local authorities appeared to be frequently involved in the Scottish Government's decision-making and others appear to have had no involvement in the Scottish Government's decision-making. And your response was, and I quote, "Some local authorities were frequently on the cusp of different tiers of restrictions and discussions would be held in relation to the most appropriate way forward. Some local authorities, such as North Lanarkshire, were never in that position as they had high infection rates throughout the use of the tier system." And that's you explaining why perhaps North Lanarkshire Council were never, their position is we were never consulted. And you say, well, the ones that may be consulted were ones that were on the cusp of different tiers. Was that your explanation of why maybe the engagement differed between local authorities?
Yeah, so I think when the original level system came in, we started out that every local authority in Scotland would have a conversation with Scottish ministers at every review. That quickly became unworkable, given the level of work that was going on for Scottish ministers and indeed council leaders and their chief execs. Then we moved to a situation where if council areas were moving through the trajectory as they would expect, so their figures were coming down, they were moving down the levels, and there were no issues with that, then they wouldn't necessarily step forward and ask for a conversation. Those local authorities who were on the cusp or who were going in the wrong direction potentially, as it were, in terms of severity of restrictions, could expect that engagement and would be in a situation where they would be able to talk through some of the stuff that we've covered already on the NIMT. As part of those conversations, that was also an opportunity for local areas to provide information on any other support that they may require. So that included things like if we were going to have to go from one level to the other, and that meant that you had to start looking at restaurant premises again, the local authority would be asked, do they need some mutual aid from another local authority around about trading standards officers, for example, or as the example I gave earlier, is there a particular sector, or is there a particular issue with your local authority that's staying in this tier the Scottish ministers need to be aware of before they make that decision. So that was certainly, we started off with everyone having a call, and then we moved to those who were on the cusp, or indeed those who potentially were moving up the way, would have a conversation with Scottish ministers.
Wrap it up, or I'm going to have a screaming stenographer. Well, she's not screaming because she's remote.
I will be just one or two more questions if your ladyship allows.
If you could, and if you
Yes.
could keep answers to a minimum, please.
So you've given the example of North Lanarkshire Council as it's an authority that didn't have any engagements, it says, with the Scottish Government. But the inquiry has seen evidence that on the 28th of October 2020, North and South Lanarkshire Councils published a letter to the Scottish Government urging Nicola Sturgeon not to place the councils in level 4, which would have been the strictest in level 4. The letter was signed by the Chief Executive of NHS Lanarkshire and Police Scotland's Divisional Commander for Lanarkshire. The councils argued that they should remain in level 3. And we know the following day, Nicola Sturgeon announced that North and South Lanarkshire councils were placed in level 3. She described it as a borderline decision, which suggests that the local authority was on the cusp of two different tiers. But their position is, as I've said in the survey responses, we were never consulted in respect to the decision making. Do you consider that it would have been better for local authorities such as North Lanarkshire Council and South Lanarkshire Council to be involved in the decision-making process in the first place, as opposed to needing to publicly argue their case with the Scottish Government about not being placed in a higher level?
I would say it's always better to engage before decisions are taken and the need for things to get difficult.
Does the fact that some local authorities had to resort to publicly arguing their case not create the risk that if the Scottish Government didn't accept the case, there might be less compliance in the local area as the public perceive the restrictions as unfair or unjustified?
I think there's potential for that to happen. The other thing I'll say is that at a local level, people were coming under sustained pressure from various groups to make sure that they were advocating on behalf of their local areas. So I think both of those things are true, that local elected members and senior leaders had to demonstrate that they were, in many respects, putting forward the case for their area. But similarly, I recognise that doing that publicly does have the potential for compliance to be.
And the final question from me, does the fact that some local authorities were not involved in the Scottish Government's decision-making process but had to resort to publicly arguing their case, does that not create the very risk of the standoffs that Nicola Sturgeon had said that she wished to avoid when she set out her plans for the level system?
I think that does create that risk.
There's no further questions from me.
No, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your help, Mr. Key. Just one thing, you did say that you didn't have access to material because you weren't a core, or COSLA weren't a core participant. COSLA did make an application, but it was nearly a year late. Yes. And that was the basis upon which your application was refused. Had you made it earlier, you might well have been made a core participant. So on that note, I shall return at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
There is one final matter. It's the administrative. Yes, it's my lady. I would invite your ladyship to allow permission to publish all the statements that have been referred to, including the documents that have been referred to in the.
What I did in previous modules, Mr. Chair, just so that if it helps everybody here, I'm happy to make that the default setting. So unless someone brings to my attention a document that there's a good reason not to publish it either in full or in part, then otherwise they'll be published.
That might make the job of council easier. Thank you.
One less sentence at the end of the day. Thank you very much. 10 o'clock tomorrow.